Hello everyone and welcome back to the Sherlock Holmes. Now I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off, I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the case, right? Let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. Story 1. Crystal McDowell's life was full of turmoil and adversary from the beginning. Born to parents who had named her after the drug crystal meth, she faced a challenging childhood. Her parents, who died within 6 months of each other when Crystal was just 11 years old, succumbed to complications from AIDS which they contracted through substance abuse. This tragic loss left Crystal orphaned and left to fend for herself. In her teenage years, Crystal faced even more hardship. She was abducted by a man and held captive in a chicken coop where she was sexually assaulted for several days. However, Crystal displayed incredible strength and resilience, escaping and evading her captor eventually. Crystal made her way to Baytown, Texas, where she found refuge with her aunt and uncle. Despite enduring the abuse she suffered as a child, Crystal was determined to make a better life for herself. She worked tirelessly to overcome her struggles and break free from the shackles of her past. It was in Baytown that Crystal met Steve McDowell. Steve, known for his playful nature and love for video games and fast cars, was everything Crystal longed for. His sweet, kind, and funny demeanor won her over instantly. Crystal's friends couldn't help but notice how happy she seemed to be with Steve. They thought Crystal and Steve made a perfect couple. Crystal worked as a flight attendant with Express Jet, which allowed her and Steve to take frequent trips all over the USA, enjoying the benefits of her airline perks. After they married, Crystal and Steve had 2 children, Madden and Maui. It was evident that Crystal loved them deeply. She was a dedicated mother who prioritized her children's happiness and well-being. From the outside, it appeared that Crystal and Steve and their children were the perfect family. However, hidden beneath the surface, Crystal was growing increasingly dissatisfied with her marriage. After 10 years of marriage, she decided to end her relationship with Steve. This decision was met with resistance from her husband, who did not like the idea of a divorce. While Crystal waited for the keys to her new home, which was being remodeled, she continued to live with Steve and their children. It was a challenging situation for all of them as they navigated the emotions of a pending divorce. Despite the difficulties, Crystal remained determined to create a better future for herself and her children. By 2017, Crystal had turned 37 years old. She had made significant changes in her life, pursuing a career in real estate. This time marked a new chapter for Crystal as she was looking forward to new beginnings in her new home. On August 25, 2017, Crystal had plans to meet up with her family to watch the highly anticipated Mayweather and McGregor fight. Excitement was in the air as friends and family gathered to watch the highly anticipated match. However, Crystal never showed up initially. No one seemed to worry too much about Crystal's absence. They knew that she was busy juggling her responsibilities as a working mother. Perhaps she was just running late or had encountered some unexpected circumstances. However, as the night went on and Crystal failed to reply to texts and calls, concerns started to grow. After waiting more than 24 hours without hearing from Crystal, her family made a heartbreaking decision. They contacted the Chambers County Sheriff's Department to report her missing. A deputy was immediately dispatched to Crystal's home, where he questioned her ex-husband Steve. Upon his arrival, the deputy questioned Steve about Crystal's whereabouts. Steve, who had recently been divorced from Crystal, informed the detectives that Crystal had begun a new relationship. After their separation, he said that there were nights when Crystal would disappear without informing him of her whereabouts. As he spoke to Steve, something in his tone caught the detective's attention. The deputy, with his keen intuition, had suspicions about Steve. With mounting concern, the deputy decided to call for backup. A seasoned detective arrived at the scene and joined the deputy upon speaking with Steve. The detective noticed his wedding band still on his finger. This odd detail piqued his interest, as Crystal and Steve had been divorced for 6 months. Although Steve was cooperative, the detective noticed something off about his demeanor. Given the unusual circumstances surrounding Crystal's disappearance, the detective involved the district attorney. The district attorney, having read the reports, immediately suspected foul play, with mounting evidence pointing towards a possible homicide. She ordered further investigation. One fact that caught the district attorney's attention was that Crystal and Steve were divorced, yet still living together. Furthermore, Crystal had a new boyfriend. The DA's first thought was that Steve had something to hide. Despite the initial speculation, the detective on this case had a different option. While it was possible that Steve could have played a role in Crystal's disappearance, the detective believed there were other factors to consider. The detective believed that Crystal's boyfriend could provide valuable insight into her disappearance. Crystal's disappearance puzzled the detectives as they sought to uncover the truth behind her disappearance. They learned that the man she had gone out with on August 24, 2017 was Paul Hargrave, a local man who managed a jeweler, a store that had been a fixture in the neighborhood for over 50 years. According to Paul, he and Crystal had gone out together that night, and upon her return, she went back to his house with him the following morning while Paul was in the shower. Crystal left his home. Paul provided security camera footage of Crystal leaving his residence on August 25th at 7:35 a.m. The video showed Crystal getting into a black Mercedes coupe and driving away from Paul's driveway. Steve McDowell and Paul Hargrave were immediately considered suspects in Crystal's disappearance. However, the detectives realized that other potential persons of interest still needed to be investigated further. As the detectives delved into the case, they discovered some intriguing details about Crystal's marriage. It was discovered that throughout her marriage, Crystal had engaged in multiple extramarital affairs with flight attendants and pilots, both male and female. The discovery of these extramarital affairs raised suspicions among the detectives. They wondered if there was a possibility that an angry spouse had gone after Crystal seeking revenge. However, there was no evidence that these affairs had anything to do with her disappearance. The investigation into Crystal's disappearance hit a dead end when Hurricane Harvey made landfall in Baytown. This massive storm caused widespread devastation, with half the county submerged in floodwaters. The heavy rain continued for days, making it difficult for the investigation to proceed. Crystal's disappearance became overshadowed by the hurricane and its aftermath. People lost their homes, cars, and even their lives in the storm's destruction. The Chambers County Sheriff's Department faced limited resources and was forced to redirect all personnel to assist in the hurricane search and rescue efforts, with the attention of the officers supposed to be working on Crystal's case diverted to the hurricane response. Her family was responsible for picking up the investigation. Friends and family members spent the days tirelessly sharing posts about Crystal's disappearance on various social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram. They spread the word far and wide, hoping to gather any leads or information that would lead to her whereabouts. One of Crystal's cousins received a message from a friend. The friend informed them that they had recently seen a Snapchat image depicting Crystal's vehicle parked in a Motel 6 parking lot near Interstate 10. Intrigued by this claim, Crystal's cousin immediately sought to verify the information. Upon seeing the Snapchat image, they recognized the license plate and confirmed that it was indeed Crystal's car. With the confirmation, Crystal's cousin immediately informed her family and the police about the potential lead. However, due to severe flooding on the roads in Chambers County, reaching the site of the motel proved challenging. Instead of traditional vehicles, they opted to use airboats to navigate through the flooded areas. Upon arriving at Motel 6, Crystal's family and the police were met with sight that confirmed their worst fears. Her car was parked haphazard in the parking lot with the keys in the ignition. It appeared that whoever left Crystal's car there did so with the intention of having it stolen. The Mercedes was subsequently towed to the crime lab garage for processing, but regrettably, no evidence was found that could shed light on Crystal's whereabouts. Even D-Line, the popular news television investigation series, dedicated segments to Crystal's disappearance. But unfortunately, these efforts did not yield any relevant information. 1 week after Crystal's disappearance, the detective realized he needed additional assistance. In the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey, he reached out to the Texas Rangers, who gladly provided their assistance. The lead Texas Rangers assigned to the case conducted the first formal interview with Steve McDowell, Crystal's husband. Steve stated that he had not seen Crystal since she had left for her date on August 24th. From the very beginning, Steve's body language appeared peculiar to the Ranger. Despite Crystal's sudden disappearance, Steve did not exhibit the palpable worry one would expect from someone in such a situation. However, Crystal's friends and family remained steadfast in their support of Steve Crystals. Loved ones knew Steve personally and felt that he could not possibly be responsible for Crystal's disappearance. They emphasized his loving nature as a father to Madden and Maui, doubting that he would ever do anything to hurt their mother. The ranger approached Steve and asked if he would be willing to take a lie detector test. Steve agreed, seemingly confident in his innocence. However, the results of the test were shocking. Steve failed miserably. Raising even more questions about his involvement in Crystal's disappearance, Paul Hargrave, Crystal's boyfriend, who was also considered a potential suspect, also took a polygraph test just like Steve. Paul failed the lie detector test. With both Steve and Paul failing the lie detector test, the district attorney started to wonder if there was a possible joint effort to conceal the truth about Crystal's disappearance. By this stage, everyone involved was convinced that foul play was involved and that Crystal was deceased. However, there was one important question that remained unanswered. Where was her body if her remains had been disposed of in one of the bayous in Baytown? There was a high likelihood that her body would have been transported to the Gulf of Mexico, making it virtually impossible to discover in an effort to locate Crystal and bring closure to her family. A search was organized that involved Texas EA search team and volunteers. The search took place on September 9th, with close to 100 people participating in the search efforts. The searchers adopted a grid-based approach, dividing the area into sections and systematically covering each foot by ATV and airboat. Despite the extensive efforts put forth by everyone involved, no sign of Crystal could be found. As the search continued into the wetlands, the Texas Rangers remained steadfast in their determination to find those responsible for Crystal's disappearance. They worked tirelessly to piece together the events and piece together a potential motive behind Crystal's disappearance. The possibility arose that her ex-husband or her boyfriend could have been involved, although no evidence was found to support this theory. The ranger, recognizing the potential for CCTV footage, had officers canvass the area around the motel where her car was discovered, searching for homes and businesses equipped with security cameras. Fortunately, several establishments had security cameras, and the ranger was determined to uncover any footage that might help shed light on Crystal's disappearance. After spending hours searching through countless hours of footage, the ranger came across footage of a person parking Crystal's car in the motel park lot on Saturday, August 26th at 6:37 a.m. The footage provided a clear image of the man, but the ranger couldn't immediately identify the person. As the ranger continued his analysis of the footage, he noticed that the man in question got out of Crystal's Mercedes and walked away from the vehicle with the suspicion that this person could be Crystal's ex-husband. Steve the ranger's attention intensified in a separate video, captured 5 hours later by a different security camera. A blue car pulled into the pump at a gas station located next to Motel 6, and this blue car, a rare Mustang GT, matched the description of Steve McDowell's vehicle. That revelation strengthened the ranger's belief that the person seen parking Crystal's car at Motel 6 could have been Steve himself. Steve's actions at the gas station raised suspicion instead of filling his tank. Steve walked towards the Motel 6 parking lot where he appeared to be looking at Crystal's car. The ranger speculated that Steve may have returned to the parking lot earlier to check if anyone had stolen Crystal's car. He had left the keys in the ignition, expecting someone to eventually take advantage and steal the vehicle if Steve was responsible for her disappearance. How did he return home? The distance between the location where Steve parked Crystal's car and his home is significant, and Steve would have been on foot, making this an unlikely journey. So the ranger decided to take a closer look at the CCTV footage from surrounding businesses and homes to find any additional 150 clues. Upon further investigation, the ranger discovered footage of a man riding a bike in the rain along the Interstate 10 service road at 7:05 a.m. approximately 25 minutes after Crystal's car was left in the parking lot. This bike had distinctive mag wheels and reminded the ranger of a similar bike he had seen in the McDowell garage during one of his interviews with the ranger Steve. Mentioned that he had been shopping at Walmart on Saturday morning. The ranger, intrigued, decided to review the CCTV footage from the store. This footage from Walmart, located across the street from Motel 6, revealed A peculiar sequence of events: a man resembling Steve was seen arriving at Walmart Saturday morning in a hooded sweatshirt, paying for a bike with mag wheels and cash. Just minutes after Crystal's vehicle was abandoned in the Motel 6 lot. Upon reviewing this evidence, the ranger decided to summon Steve back to the police department for a follow-up interview during their encounter. The ranger confronted Steve with all the evidence they had gathered against him. However, Steve denied any involvement in Crystal's disappearance. Despite the denial, the ranger remained convinced that Steve was the killer. He was positive Paul Hargrave was innocent, and Steve was solely responsible for Crystal's disappearance. While the ranger believed they had sufficient evidence to charge Steve with murder, there was one crucial piece of evidence they still lacked. Crystal's body. The lack of physical remains hindered their efforts to establish a watertight case against Steve. One of the main reasons why the DA wanted to find Crystal's body was to secure a guilty verdict for murder. Without a body, proving a murder charge can be more challenging, as it relies on circumstantial evidence and witness statements. Having a physical body would strengthen the DA's case and provide concrete evidence to convince a jury. Furthermore, locating Crystal's body was crucial for the well-being of her family. Her loved ones deserved closure and needed to know what happened to her. The absence of answers was causing immense distress, and locating Crystal's remains would provide some relief and answers to their questions. Another factor that influenced the DA's decision to locate Crystal's body was a series of disturbing statements made by her ex-husband, Steve. People had informed the Texas Ranger that after Crystal filed for divorce, Steve made alarming comments about murder and taking his own life. The Ranger and the DA were concerned for the safety of Crystal and Steve's children, Madden and Maui. Given the potential dangers, the DA made the decision to remove the children from their father's custody and place them in protective services in order to convince Steve to cooperate. The DA presented him with a counteroffer. The DA stated that if Steve was willing to take them to Crystal's body, they could reconsider allowing him to see his children again. However, Steve had a different proposal. He asked if he could go home that night and the following morning, promising that he would tell them everything and lead them directly to Crystal's body. This offer by Steve posed a dilemma for the DA. On one hand, it provided an opportunity to potentially find Crystal's body and uncover the truth. However, on the other hand, it would depend on Steve's reliability and willingness to cooperate with a verbal agreement. The district attorney allowed Steve to return home that night, knowing they were taking a risk. The possibility existed that Steve might flee or harm himself, effectively leaving Crystal's fate unknown. However, the next morning on September 9th, the DA and the Texas Ranger arrived at Steve's home. Steve answered the door, and during his interview with the Ranger and the DA, he shared his version of the events. Steve revealed that he was aware of Crystal's numerous affairs throughout their marriage. When he confronted her about these issues, Crystal made it clear that she wanted him to stay out of her business. According to Steve, Crystal told him that she had sought sex outside of the marriage because she felt he was not dominant enough in the bedroom. As the Ranger and the DA sought information about the day Crystal went missing, they employed a sympathetic approach to elicit a confession from Steve. The Ranger feigned empathy, hoping to create an environment that allowed Steve to feel comfortable and relaxed. They intended to obtain crucial details about what actually happened to Crystal on that fateful day. Despite their efforts, Steve remained tight-lipped about Crystal's disappearance. Eventually, Steve confessed. According to Steve, before her disappearance, Steve and Crystal had a heated argument. Crystal revealed to Steve that she no longer loved him, leading to a confrontation. Steve, reacting impulsively, admitted to suffocating Crystal. However, he claimed that he never intended to harm her and that the incident was purely accidental following Crystal's death. Steve took immediate action to conceal her remains. Steve confessed he wrapped her body in trash bags, placing it in the trunk of her Mercedes. He then drove to a secluded location where he threw Crystal's lifeless body into a ravine. Steve's willingness to lead the authorities to Crystal's body seemed to offer a glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak situation. To the jury, the DA found himself worrying about the possibility of mistrial. The jury's request to review Steve's confession video further heightened these concerns. A mistrial would mean starting the entire process over again, a prospect that weighed heavily on the prosecution's mind. 1 hour after the jury requested to see the footage, they returned and their verdict was delivered. Jurors found Steve guilty of murder, delivering justice for Crystal. This guilty verdict brought a measure of closure to her family and loved ones who had been left searching for answers amidst the darkness that enveloped their lives. During the sentencing phase, the defense put forth the argument that Crystal's murder was a sudden passion, an attempt to reduce the severity of Steve's punishment. However, the jury rejected this claim, choosing to uphold the severity of the crime. Steve was sentenced to serve a 50-year prison sentence, Story 2, on June 20th, 2001, at 9:48 a.m. in Houston, Texas. The law enforcement authorities received a call from a woman named Andrea Yates, who told the operator that she was ill and needed a police officer at her house. However, when the police officers arrived at Yates's house, they discovered something horrifying. Yates was seemingly well, but all her 5 children were laying dead in front of her. What was even more shocking was the fact that the children hadn't been murdered by anyone else, but their mother had taken their lives one by one. Why did Andrea Yates kill her children, and how did she do it? This is the case of Andrea Yates, who destroyed her perfectly happy family and shocked the entire nation with the reason why she did it. Andrea Yates was born to Andrew E.M.T. Kennedy and Judith Karen Clare. A German immigrant is Andrea Pia Kennedy in Houston, Texas, on June 2nd. 1964, she was the youngest of 5 children of Andrew and Judah. Andrea was a perfectionist, and it was quite evident when she graduated from Milby High School in 1982 as the class valedictorian and officer in the National Honor Society and captain of the school's swim team after completing a 2-year pre-nursing program at the University of Houston and graduating from the University of Texas Health Science Center. Andrea worked as a registered nurse at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center from 1986 to 1994. In 1989, Andrea Kennedy met a NASA engineer, Russell Yates. Both of them were 25 years old. At the time, the two started seeing each other, and their love grew for one another over time. On April 17, 1993, nearly 4 years after seeing each other for the first time, Andrea Kennedy and Russell Yates got married. Both Andrea and Russell were devout Christians. Therefore, soon after marrying, they announced to their friends and families they would have as many children as God would allow. A part of this thought came from the teachings of a man named Michael Wanney, who mostly preached in colleges and told the female students that they would go to hell if they continued to study, because their life purpose was only to reproduce Russell. And Andrea even purchased a 4-bedroom house in Friendswood, Texas, to accommodate their soon-to-be big family. In February 1994, the couple welcomed their first child, a son whom they named Noah. Shortly after Noah's birth, Russell accepted a job in Florida, and the family had to move to a small trailer in Seoul for some time in December. In 1996, a second child, John, was born to Russell and Andrea before the birth of their third child in 1997. Paul, the Yates family, had to move back to Houston and were living in a GMC motorhome, despite being a bright student and a happy wife. Andrea had a problem. She was suffering from depression and bulimia. She even used to discuss the concept of suicide with her friends during her high school years. The symptoms of her depression disappeared for some time when she met Russell Yates and married him. But as time passed and Yates gave birth to the couple's 4th child, Luke's symptoms of depression resurfaced. The first major episode happened on June 16, 1999, when Russell found Andrea shaking and chewing her fingers, but this was just the start. The next day, Andrea attempted to take her own life by overdosing on pills. Her condition got so critical that she had to be hospitalized, and the doctors put her on antidepressants, but the medication didn't improve her condition. And soon after she was released from the hospital, she made an unusual request to Russell, and Andrea begged her husband that she should let her die, and even held a knife to her neck while she made the request she had to be hospitalized once again. And this time the doctors gave her several medications, including an antipsychotic drug called Howal. The new medications immediately improved her condition, and she was prescribed Howdol when she was discharged from the hospital. After the incident, Russell Yates thought it might not be a good idea to live in a GMC motorhome anymore. So he moved the family into a house to help his wife recover. Initially, the change in the residence seemed to work, and Andrea's condition stabilized. However, this improvement proved to be temporary when In July 1999, Andrea Yates suffered from a nervous breakdown. As a result, she attempted to commit suicide twice and had to undergo 2 psychiatric hospitalizations that summer. After examining her, the doctors diagnosed her with postpartum psychosis. Seeing Andrea's condition, Dr. Eileen Starbranch, Andrea Yates' first psychiatrist, asked Russell Yates not to have any more children as it could worsen his wife's mental health. But just 7 weeks after Andrea was discharged from the hospital, the couple conceived their 5th child, Mary. As soon as she conceived, Andrea stopped taking Haldol to ensure a healthy pregnancy in March 2000, around the time Mary Yates was born. And for a year after, Andrea Yates' condition seemed to have improved greatly until her father died on March the 12th. 2001, she couldn't control her psychotic tendencies afterwards, which resulted in her mutilating herself and stopping to feed Mary. Her condition was so bad that the family decided to immediately hospitalize her on April 1st, 2001, and she was released after treatment, seeing his wife's unstable condition. Russell asked his mother to come live with them for a while to help with the kids. A month after being admitted to the hospital, Andrea Yates once again started showing abnormal tendencies on May 3rd, 2001. She filled the bathtub in the middle of the day when her mother-in-law asked her about the reason why she was filling the bathtub. Andrea told her that she might have use for it. This vague answer was frightening and made the Yates family so concerned that Russell and his mother arranged for her to be hospitalized within the next 24 hours. When the incident was shared with her psychiatrist, her thought was an attempt to commit suicide by drowning herself. Andrea was released from the hospital after a few days, but was just as disoriented as before, so her husband took her back to DU Hospital and told the doctors that Andrea was no longer responding to the medications. 45 days after she showed serious catatonic tendencies and 2 days after her last appointment with her doctor, Andrea Yates did something far worse than committing suicide after her husband left for work. Andrea Yates filled the bathtub with water, took her children to the bathtub one by one, and drowned them in an apparent attempt to save them from evil. Her son Noah even tried to resist, but she put his head back in the water until he was no longer breathing. As for the youngest of her children, Mary Andrea placed her in Luke's arms, thinking that this would also reunite the two in the next world where the elder brother will be looking after his baby sister once all the kids had been drowned. Andrea Yates put their bodies under the blanket on the bed one by one as if they were resting on June 20th, 2001 at 9:48 a.m. Andrea made a 911 call and asked the operator to send an office to her house. The operator, not sure about what had happened, tried to confirm the reason for Andrea's request by asking her if she was having a disturbance, feeling ill, or if there was another reason for calling 911. Andrea Yates told the operator that she was ill. The operator, following the normal protocol, asked Yates if she needed an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Yates replied by saying that she needed a police officer at her house. The operator once again tried to determine the exact problem Andrea Yates was having, but she told the operator that she just needed the police to come to her house. Andrea's tone and her responses made the operator think it might be a cause of domestic abuse, so she tried to confirm if Andrea's husband was at home, to which Yates said no. Officer Frank Stumpo of the Houston Police Department was assigned to Andrea Yates' call, and he started driving towards her house 8 minutes after calling 911 and asking for a police officer. Andrea Yates called her husband Russell Yates at 9:56 a.m. and asked him to come home. A sudden call from Andrea, who had a long history of depression, made Russell worried, so he immediately went home when Officer Frank reached Andrea Yates' house. His colleague, Officer David, was already there and told him it was a homicide case upon entering the house. Officer Frank found Andrea Yates sitting on the couch in the living room. While entering the bedroom, he expected to see the dead body of a man, but was shocked to see 4 kids lying dead under a blanket. He was still trying to comprehend exactly what happened when he entered the bathroom and was shocked to find a 5th child floating in the bathtub. Andrea Yates had drowned all 5 of her children in the bathtub. Russell Yates arrived at his home being sealed by the police, although the quartier officers present at the scene told him what had happened. He didn't allow them to go inside and look at the bodies. Andrea Yates was immediately taken into custody, and the investigators started finding reasons why a mother would kill 5 of her children, including a 6-month-old baby. As her interviews began with the police, Andrea Yates never denied that she killed her children. She even told the investigating officers that the reason why she filled the bathtub with water was because she wanted to drown her children when the medical experts visited Andrea in the facility where she was being detained and interacted with her. They discovered that before the incident, Andrea had heard the TV talking to her. One of Andrea's religious beliefs was that the number 666 had been branded into her scalp, and since the number was Antichrist, it made Andrea think that she was a bad mother on the medical front. One of the experts was able to identify Andrea Yates' condition as cacodemomania, a belief that one is possessed by a demon. It was a rare condition that happened in people with religious delusions. Andrea loved her children, but the supposed message she was getting from the TV and her religion was that she was Satan, a bad person. Yates' psychotic tendencies soon tied with her religious beliefs, and there was no coming back. After that, some of Andrea's beliefs were also influenced by Michael W.'s writings. The preacher that Yates once followed as her condition worsened, Andrea started believing that one of her sons would become a serial killer and that the other one was going to be a homosexual prostitute. Similarly, she believed that the other 3 children were also going to end up as bad people and would go to hell for their sins. When the investigators asked Andrea if she believed she was possessed by a devil or Satan, she said she was possessed by Satan, who was giving her directions to harm the children as soon as the news of the 5 kids being found dead in a house was out. It spread like wildfire, and one name that was on everyone's lips was Andrea Yates. People were increasingly interested in knowing about one particular topic: postpartum psychosis. As for her lawyer, George Parnham, he knew that the only way Andrea was going to survive the trial was to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Meanwhile, the public outrage was growing as the trial progressed and new details about the case emerged. People unaware of the effects of mental illness were harsh towards Andrea Yates, whereas the mental health experts were worried that Yates might be prosecuted. Despite a legitimate mental illness issue, Andrea Yates's actions were incomprehensible for everyone aware of the case, but it was yet to be established whether or not was mentally insane. There was no legal definition of mental insanity at the time, which meant the jurors had to use the everyday meaning of the term to decide Andrea's fate. As for the public reaction, Andrea Yates wasn't the only one being criticized for her actions. People were irked by her husband, Russell. Yates's reaction to the murders, too. The reason was that Russell Yates was defending his wife in the media and telling people that Andrea wasn't herself when she killed their children and was motivated by her mental illness. He also frequently said that Andrea was a loving and caring mother and didn't deserve to be punished for the horrific crime she had committed. The public turned furious against Russell Yates, especially after the funeral of the kids, which happened 1 week after the murders. The reason for that public anger was that he didn't show the kind of emotions a grieving father would normally show in the case of the death of his 5 children. Some people in the community even believed that he was also involved in the killings with his wife before her trial began. Andrea Yates was placed in the jail's medical facility and was treated for psychosis on the 22nd of September, 2001. 3 months after the incident, she was deemed fit to be tried for killing her children. As for Andrea Yates's trial, the state of Texas was going to try the case to the full extent of the law, and it was very clear from the opening statement that the prosecutors, who sought nothing less than the death penalty for murdering her 5 children, the prosecution also wanted to prove that Russell Yates was complicit in the incident because he had made his family live in a bus and put his children through homeschooling, which made Andrea's condition worse in February 2002. Andrea Yates's trial began. When it came to Andrea Yates and her defense, she pleaded not guilty. The reason her defense gave for pleading not guilty was insanity. While only a small number of people were excused from committing a crime because of their severe mental illness, the defense thought it had a case to make by proving that Andrea Yates was also one of those. People who at times didn't have any control over their thoughts or actions. Different prominent psychiatrists were brought in both by the prosecution and the defense to testify their arguments. Favor and make their case strong, Dr. Pardeets testified from prosecution, and Dr. Philly Resnick was brought in by the defense. The experts agreed on several points, including the fact that Andrea Yates drowned her children under the influence of a number of different mental diseases. Dr. Dietz and Dr. Resnick also agreed that Andrea believed that what she was doing while killing her children was in their best interest. The experts also thought that Andrea was well aware that drowning her children was against the law. The only difference between the test testimonies of Dr. Resnick and Dr. Dietz was that despite knowing she was doing a criminal act, she decided to proceed with it because she thought it was the right thing to do, especially for her children. Dr. Dietz also talked about where Andrea got inspiration for her actions. According to Dr. Dietz, in the week of the incident, Andrea watched an episode of the Law and Order show in which a woman frees herself from her responsibilities by drowning her children. Not only this, the woman gets away with the murder. Dietz told the report that Andrea might also have thought that she would get away with killing her children. The prosecution argued that there was a method to Andrea's act, and it wasn't all madness. The crux of Dr. Dietz's testimony was that what Andrea did was not just against the law, it was against society and against God as well. During the trial, Andrea Yates' doctor, Dr. S., was also repeatedly mentioned by Russell Yates and his family. According to the Yates family, Dr. S. played a part in the tragedy by improperly prescribing deesing her, a combination of antidepressants a few days before the tragic incident happened. The trial went on for 3 weeks, and at the end of it, the jury deliberated for nearly 4 hours before coming out with their verdict on March 15, 2002. Andrea Yates was found guilty of murdering her 5 children despite Dr. Resnick's testimony that Andrea Yates was psychotic. Texas law required that the defendant have to prove that they could differentiate between right and wrong in order to be executed under the insanity defense. When it came to the punishment, the jury rejected the prosecution's request for the death penalty and sentenced Andrea Yates to life in prison with the possibility of parole in quarantini. Andrea fu inviata to Mount View Unit in Gatesville, Texas, which was a psychiatric prison for criminally insane convicts, 2 years after her conviction in August 2004. Andrea Yates' husband, Russell Yates, officially filed for divorce, saying that he and his wife hadn't lived together as a happy couple since Andrea murdered their 5 children. The family court granted his request for divorce in March 2005, and Russell Yates married another woman named Laura Arnold in 2006, soon after the verdict in Andrea Yates' case was announced and the public became aware of it. The word quickly started spreading that the Law and Order episode that Dr. Dietz mentioned in his testimony did not even exist. Andrea's lawyers quickly started searching for the episode Dr. Dietz had referred to, but couldn't find any. This meant the defense had gotten a lifeline and could now ask for a retrial based on the discovery Susan O'Malley, a journalist and an author, had been covering Andrea Yates' trial for NBC News, the New York Times Magazine, and the Oprah magazine she had previously written for Law and Order, the show Dr. Dietz had mentioned in his testimony, and also reported that no such episode of the show existed. George Perum had a meeting with Law and Order's creator, Dick Wolf, who told him that no episode of such sort had been aired on the show and neither had it ever been planned. Parham filed for a mistrial, but to his surprise, the motion was denied, so the defense started preparing for the appeal and reversal of the verdict. And at the center of this motion was Dr. Park Dietz's questionable testimony when Dr. Dietz was confronted by George Perum about his mention of the Law and Order show. He told him that it was an honest mistake he had made while testifying. George Perum highlighted 19 points in his request for a retrial, and based on Dr. Dietz' testimony, Andrea Yates was given another chance to have her case heard in the new trial. The defense didn't request a reduction in Andrea's sentence, but rather filed for an outright dismissal of all the charges against her, and argued it would be double jeopardy if Andrea Yates were to go through a second trial. 3 years after the original conviction in January 2005, the Texas Court of Appeals issued an opinion that double jeopardy did not apply to Andrea Yates' case. The Texas Court of Appeals also announced that despite this, a new trial would be granted to Andrea Yates because Dr. Dietz had admitted to giving false testimony during the initial trial on January 9, 2006. Another plea of not guilty by reason of insanity was entered by Andrea Yates, who requested the court to be released on bail in light of the appellate court's ruling. Andrea Yates' conviction was overturned, and she was released on bail on February 1, 2006 in light of the bail conditions. Andrea's attorney had her moved from the Mount View unit to Rusk State Hospital so she could be treated there while awaiting her second trial. Meanwhile, the defense prepared for the trial and had another important task at hand: educate the public about what exactly happened and how Andrea Yates wasn't the monster. Like the general perception was about her, Andrea's lawyers during the media interviews told people that there were 6 victims in the case. 5 were the children and 1 was Andrea herself, because she didn't have any control over herself, as her mental condition had worsened by the time the unfortunate incident happened. 5 years after the tragedy in June 2006, Andrea Yates's second trial began, and the defense focused on 2 points: mental health and wrongfulness. By this point, public opinion had also become neutral about the case. When the trial concluded in 2006, the jury deliberated for 3 days before coming to their final decision. It was one of the few trials when jurors asked for the pictures of the children murdered by Andrea and observed a 2-minute silence for each of the 5 victims, with some jurors even crying while seeing the pictures. All eyes were on the court and jury for the verdict in the retrial. After 5 years, 1 month, and 6 days, the jury, after 13 hours of deliberation, found Andrea Yates not guilty by reason of insanity. Andrea Yates's husband was happy after the verdict and told the media that the court had finally given a verdict that his wife deserved. Considering her disturbed mental condition, according to the court's verdict, Andrea Yates was placed under the jurisdiction of the Department of State Health Services and was moved to the North Texas State Hospital. She was moved to the Kernville State Hospital, a low-security mental facility where she currently resides. As for her release, there's no specific schedule for that, and she might have to spend the rest of her life in a hospital. Story 3 on the evening of October 2nd, 2013. Philip Chisholm's mother, Diana Chisholm, contacted the Danvers Police Department to report her son missing. She explained that Philip, a 14-year-old student at the local high school, had failed to return home after school that day. With growing concern, Diana informed the police that Philip had recently moved to Danvers from Tennessee and that she had never experienced any behavior like this from him before, recognizing the importance of locating Philip quickly. The Danvers Police Department acted swiftly. They posted a picture of Philip, along with a description of his height and weight on the department's social media networks. These posts helped spread the word about the missing student and encouraged anyone with information to come forward. Additionally, the residents of Danvers received a reverse 911 call, informing them about Philip's disappearance and providing them with crucial details about his description. While Diana Chisholm reported Philip missing, Colleen Ritzer's parents were also growing concerned about their daughter, Colleen. A 24-year-old math teacher at Danvers High School never returned home after work that day, and her parents started to become worried. Colleen Ritzer was a regimented young lady and rarely deviated from her routine without letting her mother or father know. She faithfully followed a schedule. Her dedication to her work was unmatched, and her love for her students was evident in her every interaction. Officer Neil High with the Danvers Police Department was concerned about Philip Chisholm and went to check on Old Route 1 north of Danvers for the missing teen as he scoured the rural, isolated area with very little lighting. Officer High spotted a figure walking in the unsafe area on a bridge that narrowed down the dark highway at 12:28 a.m. Officer High pulled his patrol vehicle over to the side of the road and exited as Officer High stepped out. His eyes met a young man in shorts, a zip-up sweatshirt, black socks, and sneakers. Philip Chum stood there, a backpack hanging loosely over his shoulder. Officer High, a seasoned and experienced officer, noticed several alarming details about Philip Chim. First, he was alone and walking in an area that was not safe at that time of night. Second, Philip was dressed inappropriate for the weather, wearing shorts, despite the cold and damp conditions during the exchange. Philip stared past Officer High as if the police officer wasn't even there. Officer High asked Philip where he lived, and Philip replied that he had nowhere to call home, to Officer Hubby's disbelief. Philip claimed he had been wandering the streets for days. However, the officer noticed something peculiar. Philip did not appear to be disheveled or unkempt, as one would expect from someone exposed to the elements for an extended period, concerned about Philip's well-being. Officer High decided to frisk him and felt plastic in his pocket. Officer High asked Philip to empty the contents. Philip complied, and out came a driver's license, insurance card, and credit card. These documents did not belong to Philip. They belonged to Colleen Ritzer. Officer High asked Philip how he had come by the credit card. Philip claimed that he had found the card at a grocery store. However, when asked for specific details on what shop he had found the card, Philip hesitated and said he didn't know. Upon reaching the station officer, High began sorting through the contents of Philip's backpack. To his astonishment, he found several disturbing items that raised red flags inside Philip's bag. Officer High discovered a woman's purse and female underwear. Further investigation LED Officer High to uncover a box cutter covered in a reddish-brown substance, recognizing the substance as blood. The officer became deeply concerned. He cautiously asked Philip whose blood it was and was shocked when Philip responded that it was the girl's. Officer High left the room momentarily to make a necessary call to the Danvers Police Department. While he was gone, another officer remained in the room with Philip. This officer asked Philip where the girl was, and Philip replied that she was buried in the woods, concerned about the girl's well-being. The officer asked Philip if they could help her. Philip's response chilled the officer. He simply replied, "No." The officer looked over at Philip and saw that he had brown-red stains on his sweatshirt sleeves and a ski mask bunched around his neck, so the officers decided to seize Philip's clothing and sneakers while officers were dealing with Philip Chisholm. Officer Steve Baldessari headed to Danvers High School to look for Colleen Ritzer. As Officer Baldessari arrived, he began gathering information and waiting for security camera footage from the school. This footage would provide crucial insights into Colleen's whereabouts after she finished teaching for the day. Officer Baldessari met with his fellow officers to gather information and share updates. He learned the team had stumbled upon several significant clues. They discovered Colleen's bag, a recycling bin, shoes, and clothing near a running trail near the student park lot. Additionally, officers discovered Colleen's personal items in a brush near the path. Upon examining the recycling bin, the officers noticed what looked like blood. Another officer who searched the school's premises stumbled upon what looked like blood in the second-floor woman's bathroom. This location was in close proximity to Colleen's classroom, which further fueled their suspicions. Officer Baldessari, who was familiar with Philip Chisholm's appearance from social media posts about his disappearance, observed a male matching Philip's description on the footage at 2:30 p.m. The video showed Philip following Colleen Ritzer outside her classroom and strolling down the school's hallway as Officer Baldessari continued to monitor the CCTV footage. He saw Colleen Ritzer enter the floor. Philip entered behind her. His intentions unknown. Several minutes later, Philip emerged from the bathroom dressed differently from when he entered. However, another chilling detail was the mask on his face, as if attempting to disguise himself. Philip walked out of the school and into the student parking lot at 3:16 p.m. He returned to the woman's bathroom on the second floor carrying a recycling bin. After a few moments, he left the bathroom with the bin in tow, pulling it outside the school and out of the camera's view. Chillingly, Officer Baldessari never saw Colleen Ritzer leave the woman's bathroom on the second floor. When the Danvers Police Department learned that Philip Chisholm was safe, and with the police, the Massachusetts State Police took custody of the teenager. Philip was brought to the Danvers Police Department for questioning regarding the disappearance of Colleen Ritzer. In the meantime, a crime scene investigation with the Massachusetts State Police arrived at Danvers High School and started to search where the bloody recycling bin had been found. Diana Chisholm arrived at the police station and was questioned by an officer. During her interview, she expressed concerns about her son Philip's mental health. She mentioned that Philip was capable of snapping under the recent stress caused by her and her husband's separation. Additionally, Diana disclosed that there was a history of mental health issues within her family. At approximately 2 a.m., Philip Chisholm and his mother, Diana, were escorted into an interrogation room at the Danvers police station. As they entered, they were greeted by Trooper Beck here and Sergeant Philip Taney. Philip and his mother spent approximately 10 minutes speaking privately before the official interview began, while Trooper Beck here and Sergeant Taney were engaged in conversation with Philly. Officers were standing on the other side of the wall, silently feeding information to the officers. Regarding the CCTV footage, the footage had shown Philip following Colleen Ritzer into a second-floor woman's bathroom, the very one Colleen was never seen leaving and was later found covered in blood. While Philip Chisholm was being questioned, the air wing with the Massachusetts State Police and Danvers Fire Department arrived at the scene utilizing their infrared technology to scan the area for any signs of Colleen cadaver, and tracking dogs, accompanied by their skilled handlers, combed the area around Danvers High School. Philip finally confessed to the officers that he had used a karate chop to incapacitate Colleen before slicing her neck twice with a box cutter. The details of the confession were chilling. He indicated to the investigators on a map where he dumped Colleen's body in the woods behind the school, finally at around 3 a.m. A forensic scientist stumbled upon a disturbing discovery. In a dark and desolate area, they found a toe with pink nail polish poking through a small pile of leaves. The forensic scientist immediately called paramedics. To the scene, the paramedics arrived promptly and began sifting through the dirt. Their search led them to the discovery of Colleen Ritzer's lifeless body. Despite the medics' best efforts, it was evident that Colleen had passed away. Her body was carefully transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Dr. Anna McDonald, a forensic pathologist, made a discovery. Male DNA had been found on Colleen's body. This DNA, when analyzed, shockingly matched the profile of none other than Philip Chisholm. Dr. McDonald discovered pichia, or small hemorrhages, around Colleen's eyes and mouth, indicating asphyxiation. Additionally, blood found on the box cutter discovered in Philip's possession matched Colleen's DNA, leading Dr. McDonald to theorize that the box cutter was used to violently assault Colleen upon examining the body. Dr. McDonald observed multiple wounds on Colleen's neck. It was evident that her neck was slashed over and over in the spot overlapping injuries. The autopsy report revealed that she had at least 16 wounds to her neck. Several of these injuries were fatal, and even the ones that weren't would have caused Colleen unimaginable pain. One of the wounds was so deep that it chipped her vertebrae. Based on the evidence, Dr. McDonald concluded that Colleen died due to sharp force injuries to her neck and asphyxia by strangulation. The severity of these injuries made it evident that this was not a random act of violence, but a deliberate act meant to cause maximum harm, as word spread around Danvers that Ken had been murdered. Everyone was shocked, especially when they learned that the prime suspect was Philip Chisholm. It seemed unfathomable that such a horrific act was committed by someone so young. Philip Chisholm was charged with aggravated sexual assault and murder. He pled not guilty to the charge. Despite Philip's young age, he was charged as an adult in relation to Colleen's murder. This decision sparked controversy and raised questions about the treatment of young offenders in the criminal justice system. Some people argued that Philip's age shouldn't have prevented him from being tried as an adult, while others believed that the severity of the crime warranted such charges. Colleen Ritzer's students were devastated by her loss. They remembered her as a compassionate and caring teacher who always went the extra mile to ensure their success. The pain of losing beloved mentor was immeasurable, and the Damers community came together to her passing to honor Colleen's memory. Candlelight vigils were held, and the Boston Red Sox had a moment of silence for Colleen. Before the opening game of the World Series, her impact was felt far and wide, as people of all walks of life came together to express their grief and support her family during this difficult time. What in the world drove Philip Chisholm to assault and murder his teacher, Colleen Ritzer? According to the New York Post, it was rumored that Philip was infatuated with his teacher and snapped when she spurned his advances. A police source spoke to the Daily Mail and revealed that one of the stories circulating was that Philip harbored a big crush on Colleen. The source said that Colleen was friendly and approachable, which might have misled Philip into misreading her kind nature and making an advance on her on a local website. Wicked Local Danvers, a classmate of Philip's, wrote after Colleen's murder that Philip was antisocial, tired, and out of it some. Students expressed concern about Philip's behavior, claiming that he frequently appeared withdrawn and disengaged. However, no one could have imagined the depths of darkness within Philip. As Philip awaited trial, a judge threw out Philip's confession, citing concerns about his Miranda rights in the presence of an attorney during questioning. Philip's defense attorneys contended that Chisholm was detained by the police for over 3 hours. Following his arrest at approximately 12:30 a.m. on October the 23rd, they asserted that Chisholm was handcuffed for the majority of that time and was not granted the opportunity to make a phone call. Moreover, they claim that Chisholm had repeatedly requested food but was denied. The judge penned a 48-page ruling saying that it was readily apparent that Philip's mother wanted an attorney present for her son's questioning. Despite Philip's waiver of his rights, the judge concluded that the court could not find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that he had knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived his Miranda rights. Crime scene investigators found cell phones belonging to Philip and Colleen, obtained through state statements. However, the court ruled that they would not be admissible as evidence. Despite this setback, other key evidence, including the contents of Philip's pockets and a bloody box cutter, will be allowed to stand trial in December 2015. Philip Chisholm went on trial for Colleen's murder. Essex County Assistant District Attorney Kate McDougall presented a strong case, arguing that Philip was focused and unwavering in his horrible plan. She maintained that Philip was not insane, but calculated and deliberate in his actions against Colleen. However, Philip's defense attorney, Denise Reagan, had a different take on the case. Denise Reagan argued that Philip was in the throes of psychosis at the time of the murder. Reagan maintained that Philip had no other reason for committing the terrible acts he did during the trial. The defense called Dr. Anthony Jackson, a forensic psychiatrist, to testify about Philip's behavior after his arrest. Dr. Jackson claimed that Philip's behavior improved after he was prescribed an antipsychotic drug. He testified that Philip's hallucinations and delusions diminished, and he seemed more alert and orientated. This evidence seemed to suggest that Philip's actions were influenced by his mental state at the time of the murder. Another notable witness, Dr. Richard Dudley, testified on behalf of the prosecution. Dr. Dudley, a psychiatrist who specializes in forensic evaluations, had observed Philip 7 times during his incarceration while he waited trial. According to Dr. Dudley, Philip heard voices and thought there was a ninja at the time of the murder. These voices, allegedly commanding him to carry out different tasks, played a significant role in Philip's decision-making process. Furthermore, Dr. Dudley alleged that Philip had been on the schizophrenia spectrum since childhood. He testified that while Philip had exhibited symptoms of schizophrenia in the past, his condition had deteriorated significantly. Leading up to the murder, schizophrenia is a mental health disorder that affects the way a person thinks, feels, and behaves. It is a chronic condition that affects about 1% of the population. People with schizophrenia may experience hallucinations, delusions, disorganized thinking, and social withdrawal. They may have difficulty distinguishing between what is real and what is not, making it difficult for them to navigate daily life. Dr. Dudley stated that Philip had recently expressed remorse for killing Colleen, saying that if he had not heard the voices, he would have never caused. However, the prosecution challenged the doctor's testimonies, alleging that Philip was fabricating or exaggerating his symptoms. They argued that his mental illness was not sufficient justification for his actions to present their case to the jury. The prosecution utilized powerful evidence, including surveillance tapes that recorded Philip following Colleen into the bathroom moments before her murder. These tapes provided crucial insights into the planning and execution of the crime. Additionally, jurors were shown graphic crime, scene photos depicting the gruesome aftermath of the attack, including Colleen's gaping neck wound made by a box cutter, to further provide a deeper understanding of what happened on that fateful day. The judge and jury were allowed to visit Danvers High School, the scene of the crime. This visit gave them the opportunity to witness firsthand the areas where Ken was attacked and the murder took place. It was a situation into stark relief in a desperate attempt to sway the jury. The defense called Philip's maternal grandfather, Eduardo Barbie, to testify. Eduardo claimed that Philip's grandmother had experienced a mental breakdown in the mid-1970s and had been treated with electric shock therapy. Additionally, he informed the jury that several of his other daughters had also been treated for mental illness and spent time in psychiatric facilities. A classmate of Philip's also testified that his demeanor had undergone a significant change shortly before Colleen was killed. This classmate stated that Philly, who was once vibrant and outgoing, had changed and become quiet and withdrawn. The sudden shift in behavior raised suspicions among their peers. Despite the best efforts of Reagan, the jurors ultimately found Philip Chasm guilty of Colleen Ritzer's murder. and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. In 40 years during the sentencing, the judge called Colleen's death brutal and senseless. The details of the murder were horrifying and a testament to the unimaginable horror that Colleen endured. One might think that Philip's life sentence would mean that he would be the last the world would ever hear of him. However, that was not the case. In 2004, at the age of 25, Philip pleaded guilty to attempted murder, assault, and battery with a dangerous weapon and kidnapping. These charges were connected to an incident that occurred in June 2014 when a Massachusetts Department of Youth Services employee accused him of attacking her in a similar manner to the way he murdered his teacher, Colleen Ritzer, 1 year earlier. The Youth Services employee claimed that Philip followed her into a bathroom, pinned her against a wall, and tried to strangle her and attack her with a pencil. This chilling revelation only further solidified the fact that Philip Chasm was a dangerous individual with a disregard for human life. After Philip pleaded guilty, he received a sentence of 17 to 20 years, in addition to the life sentence he had already received in a powerful statement. Read to the court, the surveyor of Philip's assault shared her harrowing experience. The youth service worker wrote in a letter about the fear she lived with after the attack, unable to leave her bedroom for fear that Philip was waiting for her. Her words served as a chilling reminder of the terror inflicted by Philip. Philip Chasm is now attempting to appeal his case to the highest court in Massachusetts. His attorney, Michael Schneider, has argued that there was no question Philly was the person who murdered Ken, but questions have been raised about the validity of his insanity defense. Michael Schneider claims that the evidence leading to Philip's conviction was legally insufficient and that the judge who presided over the trial was wrong to exclude expert testimony on brain scans that would have supported Philip's claim of mental illness. One of the key aspects of Philip's appeal is the inclusion of expert testimony on brain scans. According to Michael Schneider, these scans would have shown that Philip had a mental illness at the time of the crime. By excluding this expert testimony, Schneider argues that the jury was unable to fully understand Philip's mental state at the time of the murder. The news that Philip Chasm was appealing his sentence sparked outrage among Colleen's loved ones. They expressed their anger and spoke to the media, expressing their determination to ensure that he remains behind bars. Colleen's family firmly believed that it was evident during the trial and in the jury's verdict that Philip's actions were premeditated, calculated, and committed on pure evil. To them, the overwhelming evidence was crystal clear, leaving no room for doubt. One of the most frustrating aspects for Colleen's family and friends was that Philip had never shown any remorse. Philip's lack of remorse only further reinforced for their conviction that he cannot possibly be rehabilitated. The thought of him potentially being eligible for parole if he is resentenced is something that they find unthinkable in their eyes. Colin and their family were not afforded a second chance, and it is unimaginable that they would have to reconsider the possibility of reducing this convicted murderer sentence for Colleen's loved ones. The idea that justice would not be served is unimaginable. They believe that the guilty verdict and the maximum possible sentence were well-deserved. It is unfathomable to them that the perpetrator would even be considered for a lesser sentence to them. It is yet another painful reminder of the immense loss they have suffered following the murder of Colleen Ritzer. Teachers across the country experienced heightened fear and anxiety. The realization that one of their own could be targeted and harmed by a student brought a sense of vulnerability and insecurity to the profession teachers who previously felt confident that they were in a relatively safe environment, were now forced to reevaluate their safety measures and implement additional precautions to protect themselves and their students in response to the concerns raised by Colleen Ritter's murder schools. Across the United States implemented enhanced security measures to protect teachers and staff. These measures included increased video surveillance systems, lockdown procedures, and stricter access controls. Schools also employed trained security personnel and implemented regular safety drills to prepare students and staff for potential emergencies. Those efforts aim to create a more secure environment and minimize the risk of similar incidents in the future. The murder of Colleen Ritzer also heightened teachers' vigilance and awareness. Educators became more attuned to their students' potential warning signs and behaviors. Teachers reported being more cautious in their interactions with students, more aware of their surroundings, and seeking assistance from school authorities when necessary. This increased vigilance aimed to prevent similar acts of violence from occurring and to ensure the safety of everyone on campus. Colleen's murder also raised concerns about teachers' safety when interacting with students. Teachers expressed fears that they could be targeted or physically harmed if a student became violent or hostile. In response to this concern, schools implemented training programs for educators to de-escalate potentially violent situations and report problems to authorities. Additionally, teachers received guidance on how to protect themselves during one-on-one interactions with students. Story 4, Jason Corbett was part of a large Irish family growing up in Limerick, Ireland, with his twin brother Wayne and his older sister Tracy. The Corbett household was always filled with laughter, mischief, and love. Jason, known for his outgoing and boisterous nature, was the loud twin often heard before he was seen at 27. Jason married his first wife, Margaret Maggs Fitzpatrick. The couple was overjoyed when they welcomed their first child, Jack, into the world. 2 years later, they welcomed their second child, Sarah, and completed the family they had always dreamed of, with their prince and princess finally arriving. Jason and Maggs were overjoyed and felt their family was complete. They were excited for the future and cherished every moment with their young children. However, their happiness was short-lived when tragedy struck. In 2006, Maggs, a longtime asthmatic, suffered a bad attack during the night in a panic. Jason called emergency services and an ambulance rushed her to the hospital. Tragically, Maggs passed away in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. Jason, who was 30 years old at the time, was devastated by the loss of his wife. His two young children, Jack and Sarah, were only 2 and 12 weeks old. It was an incredibly challenging time for him as he faced the daunting task of raising his children on his own. Despite the overwhelming grief, Jason knew that he had to pick up the pace and continue moving forward for the sake of his children. 1 year after Mag's death, Jason needed help with his children. Jack and Sarah, he decided to seek help through an au pair and posted an advertisement on the internet. Molly Martins, a young nanny from Knoxville, Tennessee, caught his attention. Having grown up babysitting, she harbored a deep passion for working with children. Molly had briefly studied at university but felt a strong desire for a new chapter in her life. She was looking for an adventure and believed working as an au pair in Ireland would provide just that. In March 2008, Molly arrived in Limerick, ready to start her new adventure from the moment she met Jack and Sarah. She connected with them effortlessly, her love for children was evident, and Jason couldn't help but notice how at ease his children seemed to be around her as time passed. The relationship between Jason and Molly evolved from a professional one into something more personal. Their love for each other grew, and those who were close to Jason couldn't help but notice how happy the couple seemed. The sadness that once consumed Jason had been replaced with a new joy. Molly's presence in Limerick had brought new life into Jason's world. After 2 years together, Jason and Molly began discussing their future on Valentine's Day. 2010, Jason proposed to Molly at one of their favorite restaurants in Limerick. The couple was happy and celebrated their engagement with friends and family with a champagne toast. Molly, overjoyed to be engaged to Jason, wholeheartedly embraced the role of his future wife. She treated Jack and Sarah as if they were her own Molly, and Jason had been dating for several years. When the couple decided to tie the knot, their family supported their relationship and were thrilled when the couple got engaged. Yet everything changed after Jason's loved ones arrived in America for his and Molly's wedding. The Molly that they had known in Limerick seemed to have changed. She was acting weird, controlling, and angry, and did not seem like the blushing, happy bride they had expected throughout the wedding weekend. Molly barely left her room and did not socialize with anyone. This behavior puzzled Jason's family, as they had always been under the impression that Molly and Jason were deeply in love one day. One of the bridesmaids approached Jason's family and revealed that Molly had confided in her that Molly had once been close friends with Maggs, Jason's deceased wife. Before Maggs died from cancer, this information shocked Tracy. Jason's sister Maggs had not died from cancer, as Molly had claimed she had passed away from an asthma attack. Furthermore, Molly absolutely did not know. Maggs Tracy, who had been friends with Molly for years, began to question if her brother should marry her. As the weekend progressed, Molly's behavior continued to deteriorate. She seemed distant and disinterested in the wedding preparations. Jason's family was concerned they tried to understand why Molly had lied about knowing Mags. Several of Jason's friends felt the same way Tracy did and questioned whether Jason should marry Molly. One of them, a groomsman at his wedding, told Jason it was not too late to walk away from this and return to Ireland. However, Jason said he couldn't. He had made a commitment to Molly and he was going to follow through with it. As the wedding day arrived, tensions ran high. Jason's family watched from afar as Molly stood by his side. They hoped for the best, but couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The wedding ceremony passed without incident, but the aftermath left more questions than answers. Jason's family remained concerned about their future and pondered whether Molly was truly the right person for Jason. After Molly and Jason married, they settled with Jack and Sarah in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. From the outside, looking in, the Corbett family appeared to be the ideal blended family. Molly seamlessly fit in with Jason and his children, or so it seemed according to Tracy. Jason expressed the desire to return to Ireland, but understood the challenges of leaving. Molly Jason was homesick and missed rugby, which he was a huge fan of. Rugby is a sport deeply rooted in Irish culture, and being away from it made Jason long for his homeland even more. He missed the feeling of being part of the rugby community and the camaraderie that came with it. Jason was also a huge fan of Irish culture in general. He loved the traditions, music and language unique to Ireland. The vibrant atmosphere and the warmth of the Irish people left a lasting impression on Jason, and he cherished the memories he had from his time there. Although Jason liked his neighbors, and Winston-Salem in his neighborhood, it wasn't Ireland. Winston-Salem, North Carolina was the place it took him after he left Ireland, but it didn't have the same connection to him. Jason missed his familiarity and sense of belonging in his hometown in Ireland. Jason always intended to return to his homeland with his children. He deeply loved his country and wanted it to be a part of his children's lives. It was important for Jason to raise his children as teenagers in Ireland. Molly had been the only mother that Jack and Sarah had ever known, and Jason believed that Molly loved his children. However, he also clarified that he did not want Molly to adopt Jack. And Sarah Jason expressed concerns about Molly's erratic behavior and the lies she told about his first wife in 2015. The tension in the relationship between Molly and Jason reached its peak on August 2nd, 2015 at around 2 a.m. Tom Martins, Molly's father and a 30-year veteran of the FBI, made a call to 911. In his call, he stated that his daughter Molly and her husband Jason were involved in a physical altercation. Tom further said that he had intervened and believed Jason was in bad shape. When the dispatcher questioned Tom regarding what he meant by bad shape, Tom confessed that he feared he may have killed Jason. The dispatcher immediately dispatched police officers and an ambulance to the Corbett household, where they arrived to find Jason dead in the bedroom. Both Molly and her father, covered in blood, were at the scene. Molly and Tom were taken to the police department, where detectives interviewed them about what happened. Tom explained to the detectives that he was staying at his daughter Molly's home. He stated that before he went to bed, he noticed his son-in-law Jason was drunk. Tom heard a commotion coming from their second story and decided to investigate. According to Tom, he grabbed a metal Little League baseball bat that he had purchased for his grandson Jack as a gift and headed upstairs to find out what was going on. When he arrived at Molly and Jason's bedroom, he found Jason with hands wrapped around Molly's throat, squeezing tightly. Tom told the detective that he had told Jason let her go, but Jason had not. He claimed Jason told him, "I'm going to kill her," at that moment. Tom said he felt his parental instinct kick in and decided to intervene. He raised the baseball bat and hit Jason with it. Tom explained that Jason was bigger than him and that Jason was able to grab the bat. He stated that Jason pushed him to the ground so hard that his glasses flew off. Tom told the detectives that he was terrified that Jason was going to kill him and his daughter Molly. When he regained control of the baseball bat, he said he hit Jason repeatedly until Jason went down. During the interview, Tom described Jason as crazy. He also acted jovial with the detectives, nonchalantly answering questions as if being interviewed for the killing of his son-in-law was no big deal. Meanwhile, in a separate interview room, detectives also questioned Molly. Her story matched her father's, stating that she picked up a paving stone that was sitting on her nightstand and hit Jason. As he was attacking her father, the detective asked why there was a paving stone in Molly's bedroom. She replied that she and the children were planning to repaint the bricks and plant flowers around the mailbox at the police department. Molly and Tom's bodies were photographed and they were released. Tracy was stunned when she received the news of her brother's death. The news came as an even greater shock when she discovered that he was killed by his wife Molly and father-in-law Tom in an alleged act of self-defense. However, Tracy knew this was impossible. Her brother Jason would never harm anyone. Jason was a kind-hearted and gentle individual determined to uncover the truth. Tracy reached out to Molly, her brother's wife, hoping to talk to her niece and nephew. However, Molly ignored her calls and messages, leaving Tracy feeling even more desperate. She feared for the safety of her niece and nephew, Jack and Sarah, and believed that Molly had intentionally killed Jason, knowing that Jason had named her as the legal guardian of Jack and Sarah in the event of his death. Tracy made the difficult decision to fly from Ireland to North Carolina. She filed a petition to gain custody of her niece and nephew, knowing that Molly had also filed for custody in the days following Jason's death. Molly made allegations of abuse in their relationship. A friend of Molly spoke to and claimed that she had seen Jason control Molly, calling her names and engaging in abusive behavior. Molly had also confided in the friend, stating that Jason had forced her into having intercourse against her will. However, Molly never reported any abuse to the police, and Tracy, Jason's sister, didn't think any of it was true. As the case unfolded, Tracy's fears intensified. She was convinced that Jason's death was no accident, and that Molly posed a threat to Jack and Sarah with the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Tracy was determined to protect her brother's children and fight for their right to a safe and nurturing future. For days after Jason passed away, Jack and Sarah were interviewed by a social worker regarding their account of what happened the night Jason passed away. In their respective statements, both Jack and Sarah corroborated Molly's claim that Jason was abusive. Jack even went as far as saying that he witnessed several instances of domestic violence with his own eyes. The children were placed with Molly after Jason died, since the court granted her emergency custody. When Jason's sister heard the news that Jack and Molly alleged Jason was abusive, she suspected that Molly or someone in Molly's family had coached Jack and Sarah on what answers to provide to the social workers. Regarding Jason and Molly's marriage, the court decided that Jack and Sarah were to be removed from Molly's care and should go with Tracy. After the medical examiner autopsied Jason's body, it was released to his sister, Tracy, then arranged for the body to be flown from the U.S. to Ireland. This transportation was arranged through the Kevin Bell Reputation Trust. The Kevin Bell Reputation Trust is a charitable organization named after a man who passed away abroad under tragic circumstances. It was established to assist families and friends with financial assistance in repatriating the bodies of loved ones who passed away while abroad. This trust aims to alleviate some of the financial burden associated with such arrangements by offering financial aid. Tracy, Jack, and Sarah returned to Limerick, Ireland 2 weeks later. Molly, on the other hand, was devastated by the decision, unable to function properly. Molly would desperately contact Jack and Sarah, attempting to contact them through various means. She would frequently post messages on Facebook, reaching out to people she knew in Limerick, pleading with them to pass messages along to the children, according to Tracy. In the months following their return to Limerick, Molly would repeatedly call, constantly trying to reach Jack and Sarah. Tracy didn't feel she was being cruel by keeping Molly from the children. She said Molly forfeited the right to see Jack and Sarah when she killed their father. An autopsy determined that Jason had suffered over a dozen blows to the head, leading authorities to open a murder investigation. Despite the detective's initial assessment that Jason's death appeared to be in self-defense, the case took an unexpected turn 5 months after his death, when Molly and Tom Martins were arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The arrest came as a relief to Jason's friends and family, who had been seeking justice. They believed that Molly had murdered Jason after discovering his intentions to leave her and take Jack and Sarah back to Limerick. Jason's loved ones thought that Molly had been plotting to take his children away from him for a long time. During the investigation, detectives obtained recordings of arguments between Jason and Molly, which they believed to be an attempt to manipulate the situation in custody proceedings. It was suspected that Molly had intended to use the recordings against Jason, Jack, and Sarah settled well in Limmer with their Aunt Tracy and started to see a therapist. 9 months after Jack and Sarah arrived in Ireland, Jack made a startling revelation. He recanted the initial statement that he had given to the social worker in the days after his father's death. This time, Jack claimed that Molly made up the stories that Jason was abusive. Jack alleged that Molly told him if he did not lie to the social workers, he and Sarah would never see her again. His reason for coming forward was that he finally learned the truth about what happened to his father and sought justice. When Molly and Tom went on trial, the prosecution presented evidence gathered from the scene during the trial of Molly. And in Tom, the prosecution presented evidence to determine that neither Molly nor Tom had sustained any injuries on the night of Jason's death. They argued that the lack of evidence of injuries on their bodies indicated they had not been involved in a physical struggle with a person of Jason's size. The prosecution argued that if there had been any such struggle, there would have been evidence of it on their bodies. In the form of bruises and cuts, a blood spatter expert testified for the prosecution and bolstered their theory that Jason was attacked to act when he was defenseless by Molly and Tom. This expert showed evidence that Tom had been standing over Jason swinging the baseball bat while Jason was no longer a threat. The expert's testimony supported the prosecution's theory that Tom had intentionally inflicted injuries on Jason. The prosecutor presented evidence indicating that Molly would have received Jason's $600,000 life insurance policy in the event of his death. This was used as a motive to support the accusation that she murdered him when it came to time for Molly and Tom to present their defense. They showed an image of Molly taken on the night Jason was killed. In this image, there was a noticeable red mark on Molly's neck. However, the prosecution presented an expert who testified that the redness on Molly's neck could be the result of rubbing and pulling on it. Several first responders had noticed Molly engaging in this behavior on the night of Jason's death. However, the defense presented their own expert witness who argued that the red mark on Mole's neck could be evidence of strength triangulation. According to the expert's scratches behind Molly's ears, a complaint of trouble swallowing and a sore throat were signs of strangulation. This expert also claimed that Molly urinated on herself as Jason choked her, stating that this is a common phenomenon that can occur if a person passes out from lack of oxygen. The defense called as a witness a nurse practitioner who examined Jason 2 weeks before his death. This nurse practitioner testified that Jason had informed her that he often experienced sudden bursts of anger and felt stressed. According to the defense, the nurse practitioner testimony showed that Jason had been experiencing volatile mood swings during the trial. Tom took the witness stand in his defense and testified that he felt his life and Molly's were in danger on the night of Jason's death. As a result, he claimed that he did the best he could in order to defend himself. Tom told the jury that once he gained control of the bat back from Jason, he hit Jason until he deemed the threat to be over, which occurred when Jason fell to the floor. The prosecutor, seeking to make a significant impact during his closing arguments, decided to display the bat and paving stone that Molly and Tom had used to hit Jason in the head, resulting in his death. This demonstration aimed to bring the case to life for jury, allowing them to physically witness the weapons used to commit the crime. After 9 days of testimony, the jury finally had the opportunity to deliberate. The jury only needed 3 hours to reach a verdict. They found Molly and Tom Martins guilty of Jason Corbett's murder. Ultimately, Molly and Tom were sentenced to serve 2 to 25 years to life in prison, reflecting the severity of their offense. As Molly was sentenced, she turned to face her mother and said, "I'm so sorry." Her voice was filled with regret and remorse. She continued, "I should have just let him kill me." Molly and Tom appealed their conviction in 2020. An appeal court nullified the convictions and ordered a retrial, asserting that certain evidence excluded from their initial trial should have been presented to the jury. The decision to appeal was upheld in 2021 by the North Carolina Supreme Court. Following the appeal, Molly and Tom were released on bail, pending a retrial. During the pretrial hearings, Molly and Tom's defense made serious allegations against Mags, Jason's first wife. They claimed that Mags did not die from an asthma attack as previously thought, but instead tried to push the possibility that Mags was strangled. However, there was no evidence to support this claim. In fact, there has never been any evidence to suggest that Mags died from anything other than an asthma attack. Additionally, there has never been any evidence of foul play, and Jason has never been investigated. Eventually, Molly and Tom accepted a plea deal for charges of voluntary manslaughter in exchange for having the murder charges dropped. The judge sentenced them to a minimum of 51 months in prison with credit for time served. Molly and Tom were released in June 2024, which upset Jason's family. The news that Molly and Tom were to be released brought back all the pain and anger they had experienced after Jason died. Jason's loved ones felt that the justice system had failed them. They questioned why Molly and Tom had been granted freedom when they committed such a heinous crime. Jack and Sarah Corbett spoke at the sentencing hearing and described their stepmother Molly as a monster. They painted a picture of a woman who had not only neglected and abused them, but had also manipulated them into lying about their father, Sarah. In particular, expressed deep resentment towards Molly for taking away her childhood and her relationship with her father. She accused Molly of exploiting their vulnerability and using them as pawns in her twisted game. In contrast to Sarah's accusations, Molly expressed remorse for her actions. She stated that she regrets the events that led to Jason's death every day. Molly acknowledged the pain she had caused Jack and Sarah and wished she could turn back the clock and make things right. However, Molly's remorse did little to absolve her in the eyes of her stepchildren. Jack and Sarah continued to harbor anger toward her and accused her of betraying their family. Sarah stated that she would never get back the father she lost, and Molly's regret would never fill the void left by his absence. Story 5. Imagine a heartwarming tale of family reunion filled with joy and hope. But what if this idyllic scenario took a dark and twisted turn? This case is a chilling reminder that even the most innocent-looking relationships are in fact the most disturbing meat. Stephen and Katie, father and daughter, their lives intertwined by fate and circumstance. Their unusual family relationship, hidden from the world, would soon become the center of a tragic saga. What begins as a seemingly ordinary story of family reunion would soon take a horrifying turn. The unexpected twists and turns of their lives would lead to consequences that no one could have imagined, forever altering the course of their destinies. On April 12, 2018, a seemingly ordinary day turned into a nightmare for the Platt family. Stephen and Katie Platt, father and daughter, were at the center of a horrifying series of events that would forever change not only their lives, but the lives of those around them. Hidden beneath the surface of their seemingly ordinary lives, a forbidden love affair had unfolded between Stephen and Katie, an evil family truth, and how it could stay hidden. It had to come out, and when it did, it made every living soul question the basics of the most pure relationships humans have. They understood that this was not the right approach, and their actions led to catastrophic consequences. Quite contrary to what they had anticipated, there would be a series of events that would till the end serve as a tragedy in the lives of the affected one. Join us as we dive into the chilling tale of Stephen and Katie Platt. Stephen Platt came from a relatively ordinary upbringing in New York. Little is known about his childhood or adolescence, but it was during his young adulthood that his life took a dark turn in 1995. At the age of 20, Stephen met Alyssa Garcia, a 15-year-old girl, online. Despite the age difference, they quickly formed a bond and had an immediate connection. Despite Alyssa's young age, Stephen was drawn to her, and their relationship blossomed into a secret romance. Alyssa, a sophomore in high school, was swept away by Stephen's charms and attention. Innocent as she was, she could not see through the manipulative tactics was employing to groom her. Stephen carefully cultivated their relationship, keeping it hidden from Alyssa's family and friends. He was so driven by his desires that he went from New York all the way to Texas to meet her. Their relationship grew increasingly intense, culminating in Alyssa running away from home to be with Stephen in New York. She cut off ties with her family and friends, blinded by her love for him. Katie, born Denise Platt in 1998, was the product of Alyssa and Stephen's relationship when Alyssa got pregnant at the age of 16. As a young child, Katie experienced firsthand the abuse and neglect inflicted on her by her father. When she was born in 1998, it quickly became evident that Stephen exhibited concerning traits that would foreshadow the violence to come, according to Alyssa Denise's mother. Stephen's abuse tendencies emerged almost immediately. Alyssa recounted harrowing details of Stephen's treatment of their infant daughter. He would do things like cover her mouth when she would cry. He pinched her all over her body until she turned black and blue. The abuse escalated to the point where Stephen, overwhelmed by Denise's cries, resorted to placing her in a cooler or ice chest to silence her. Sometimes he would leave a blanket slightly ajar to keep a crack open, but other times he would shut it completely. Forcing Alyssa to wait outside when she was finally allowed to open it, Alyssa would find Denise gasping for air, drenched in sweat and covered in bruises. Alyssa, realizing the danger Stephen posed to Katie, made the heartbreaking decision to place her daughter for adoption. She knew it was the only way to ensure Katie's safety and give her a chance at a better life. She wanted her daughter to have a future filled with love and safety qualities that were glaringly absent in her home. With Stephen, Alyssa's fears for Denise's well-being overshadowed her own maternal instincts, leading her to believe that relinquishing her parental rights was the best choice. Katie, whose name was changed from Denise at the time of her adoption, was taken in by the loving Fusco family. They provided her with a stable and supportive home. She grew up surrounded by love and encouragement, unaware of the dark secret that connected her to her biological parents. Despite the challenges and abuse, Alyssa and Stephen remained together. They eventually married in 2006. After Stephen moved to Richmond, Virginia in 2016, Katie, now an adult, felt a growing desire to learn more about her biological family, driven by curiosity and a long longing. For answers, she embarked on a journey to find her birth parents through social media. She managed contact with Alyssa, her biological mother. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Katie reached out to Alyssa, sending her a message. Expressing her desire to connect, Alyssa, who had been searching for Katie for years, was overjoyed to receive her message. After months of online communication, Katie decided to visit Alyssa in North Carolina. The reunion was a bittersweet moment filled with both joy and uncertainty. Katie met her biological mother for the first time, and they quickly formed a bond. Following the reunion, Katie made a difficult decision to take a gap year from college and move to North Carolina to live with her biological family. This decision was met with mixed reactions from her adoptive parents, who were supportive but also concerned about the potential challenges she might face. Alyssa's excitement was tempered by the living arrangements within the household. Stephen, Katie's biological father, was sleeping on the couch. While Alyssa occupied the bedroom, Katie was given her own room, but she spent most of her time with Stephen and her two younger sisters at the time when Katie decided to move in with her biological family in August 2016. Stephen and Alyssa were already separated and sleeping in different rooms. Katie, unaware of her father's past, quickly developed a close bond with him. She spent most of her days at home with him and her two younger sisters. Alyssa, overjoyed with her firstborn, was happy to have Katie living with them. However, she soon noticed concerning changes in Stephen's behavior. He began dressing differently, wearing tight clothes and growing his hair out, seemingly in an attempt to look younger and close to Katie's age. 6 weeks after Katie's arrival, Alyssa discovered that Stephen was no longer sleeping on the couch, but had moved to the floor of Katie's bedroom, a move that deeply unsettled her. Alyssa confronted Stephen about his inappropriate behavior, reminding him of his violent past and warning Katie to be cautious around him. However, Katie brushed off her concerns, believing that Stephen had changed and that she could trust him. This response revealed the extent to which Katie had already been manipulated and groomed by her father. Alyssa's unease grew as she noticed the striking physical similarities between Katie and her younger self. One day, she could no longer ignore the disturbing dynamic between Stephen and Katie. She confronted them both, sparking a heated argument that ended with Stephen and Katie storming out of the house together. 3 months later, in November 2016, Alyssa gathered the courage to leave Stephen, taking her two daughters with her and filing for divorce. This decision left Stephen and Katie alone in the house, free to explore their twisted desires without interference. In May 2017, Alyssa made a shocking discovery while cleaning her 11-year-old daughter's room. The girl's journal revealed that Stephen and Katie were sexually involved, that Katie was pregnant with St. Seat's child, and that the two children had been told to refer to Katie as their stepmother. The journal entry stated she is pregnant and gained weight, and my dad calls her baby. Also his baby. Did he make her pregnant? My dad says that she's my stepmom, WTF. He doesn't even want me to call her sister anymore, but in nature, she's only my sister. Does she see me as a daughter or a sister? Katie now tells me sometimes to get the F up. Alyssa immediately confronted Stephen, who confirmed the relationship and Katie's pregnancy. She was horrified and called the police to report the incestuous relationship. Stephen admitted to Alyssa that he'd been head over heels in love with Katie and that this feeling had outweighed the issue of them being biologically related. Despite the ongoing police investigation, Stephen and Katie continued their relationship on July 20th. 2017, they got married and parked in Maryland, lying on their marriage documents about their relation. The wedding was attended by Stephen's mother and Katie's adoptive parents, who were aware of the situation but felt powerless to intervene. In September 2017. Katie gave birth to her and Stephen's son, Bennett. Kieran Paddle, the couple moved to a house in Knightdale, North Carolina, hoping for a fresh start. However, their happiness was short-lived. In January 2018. Stephen and Katie were arrested and charged with incest. Despite their charges, they were released on bond but were ordered to have no contact with each other. Custody of Bennett was granted to Stephen's mother, and Katie moved back in with Tony and Kelly Fusco, her adoptive parents. She informed Stephen over the phone that she did not want to continue their relationship after being released on bail. Stephen and Katie were subjected to a court order prohibiting them from having contact with each other. This separation forced Katie to return to New York, while Stephen was barred from North Carolina and was living in a hotel room in Virginia. However, on March 16, 2018, the restrictions were lifted, allowing Stephen to return to his home in North Carolina, which was conveniently located near his mother, Grace, who had custody of their son, Bennett. As the days passed, the emotional strain of their situation weighed heavily on both Stephen and Katie. On April 12, 2018. A pivotal moment occurred when Katie called Stephen and informed him of her decision to end their relationship. She expressed her desire for a divorce, stating that the relationship had become toxic and was taking a toll on her well-being. Katie articulated her need to reclaim her life, pursue her interest in art and digital advertising, which she wanted to study in college, and ultimately to break free from the unhealthy dynamic that had ensnared her. This decision was a significant turning point for Katie, as the distance from Stephen allowed her to reflect on the gravity of their situation. She began to recognize the manipulation and control that had defined their relationship. However, Stephen did not take the news lightly. Enraged by Katie's declaration, he exploded in a fit of anger, feeling betrayed and rejected. This emotional turmoil ignited a dangerous desire for revenge, as Stephen sought to retaliate against Katie for what he perceived as her abandonment. Stephen's motivation for his subsequent actions were deeply rooted in a mix of anger, jealousy, and a desperate need to exert control. His history of violent outbursts and unpredictable behavior suggested that he was prone to extreme emotional reactions. The prospect of losing Katie, whom he had groomed and manipulated, triggered a visceral response in his mind. Katie's decision to leave him was not just a rejection, it was a personal affront that he felt compelled to avenge. The psychology of revenge played a significant role in Stephen's mindset. Research indicates that individuals acting out of anger or jealousy often engage in retaliatory aggression, driven by an intrinsic desire to restore the perceived balance of power for Stephen. The thought of Katie moving on without. Stephen left Bennett dead at home. A tragic reminder of the violence that had unfolded. Stephen's confession revealed the depth of his turmoil as he described the murders and the tragic fate of their infant son, Bennett, whom he'd also killed earlier that day. After hanging up the phone, Stephen even drove to New York, where he parked his minivan in a secluded area. The weight of his actions pressed heavily on him, and as the reality of his situation set in, he realized there was no escape from the consequences of his violent spree. In a final act of desperation, Stephen took a firearm and ended his own life. The self-inflicted gunshot wound marked the tragic conclusion to a tragedy that had spiraled out of control, leaving a trail of devastation and heartbreak. The community was left to grapple with the aftermath of the violence, mourning the loss of Katie Anthony and Bennett, and reflecting on the tragic circumstances that led to such a horrific end. Following the tragic events of April 12, 2018, the investigation into the murders of Katie Platt and Anthony Fusco, as well as the death of their infant son Bennett, quickly unfolded. The Endale Police Department and the New Milford Police Department worked in tandem to piece together the harrowing details of the case. The investigation began with a wear check at Stephen Padd's residence in Knightdale, North Carolina, after his mother, Grace, expressed concern over the comments he had made during a phone call which he made around 8:45 a.m. On the same day when the police arrived at the home, they discovered the lifeless body of a 7-month-old Bennett Platt hidden in a closet. The circumstances surrounding his death were grim, and authorities quickly suspected foul play. Simultaneously, police in New Milford responded to reports of a shooting at an intersection where Katie and her adoptive father, Anthony, were found dead in their vehicle. Witnesses described the horrific scene as Stephen's blue minivan pulled up alongside the pickup truck, and he opened fire with an AR-15 style rifle, striking both victims multiple times. The evidence collected from both crime scenes, including ballistic analysis and witness statements, painted a clear picture of the tragic events that had transpired with Stephen Platt, deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. There were no further legal proceedings against him. However, the investigation revealed the complex background of the family dynamics that led to these murders. Stephen and Katie had been arrested earlier in January 2018 on charges of incest adultery and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Both had been released on bail, but conditions prohibited them from contacting each other. Elisa Platt, Stephen's ex-wife and Katie's biological mother, expressed her anger and frustration over the court's decision to allow Stephen access to Bennett. She believed that the system had failed to protect the child, stating if anyone is brought up on charges of incest, they should never be allowed near minor children. Elisa also criticized the lack of a psychiatric evaluation for Stephen before his release, highlighting the need for mental health assessments in cases involving such severe allegations as the investigation unfolded. The legal complexities of the case became evident. Stephen's defense attorney, Rick Friedman, noted that the case was unprecedented and posed unique challenges for the legal system. He argued that Stephen and Katie's relationship was consensual, disputing claims that Katie had been manipulated or brainwashed by her father. Despite the absence of a trial, the evidence gathered during the investigation suggested a pattern of control and manipulation that had characterized Stephen's relationship with both Katie and Elisa. The tragic outcome of these dynamics led to a chilling conclusion, with multiple lives lost and a community left in shock with Stephen Platt's death. There was no trial verdict or sentencing to be rendered. The case concluded with the tragic realization that the legal system had been unable to prevent the horrific events that transpired. Elisa Platt, while grappling with her own feelings of guilt and sorrow, continued to advocate for awareness around domestic violence and the complexities of family abuse. She emphasizes the importance of recognizing the signs of manipulation and control in relationships, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. The aftermath of this case serves as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences that can arise from unchecked family relationships and the critical need for vigilance in protecting vulnerable individuals from harm. The Stephen and Katie Platt case ignited a wave of shock and outrage across social media and news platforms. Many expressed disbelief at the circumstances that led to the murders and subsequent suicide, questioning how such manipulation and abuse could escalate to such violence. Commoners criticized the legal system for failing to protect the innocent, particularly in the light of the evident signs of abuse. Elisa Platt, Katie's biological mother, became a voice for the victims, lamenting the systemic failures that allowed this tragedy to unfold. The case sparked decisions about the need for better mental health evaluations and protective measures for vulnerable individuals. The disturbing case of Stephen and Katie Platt came into focus in an episode titled Murders in the Family from the true crime series Sex, Lies, and Murder. This episode delved into the complex dynamics of their incestuous relationship, exploring how Stephen's abusive past and manipulative behavior led to tragic outcomes through chilling reenactments and interviews. The episode examines the emotional turmoil faced by the victims and the systemic failures that allowed the abuse to escalate. Unfortunately, it serves as a haunting reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked manipulation and family violence as the rain gently falls and the night grows deeper. Thank you for joining me here at Mr. Sherlock Holmes. True crime stories remind us of life's mysteries and the importance of staying aware even as we seek comfort in the quiet of the night. If you've enjoyed tonight's tale, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let the rain carry you to a peaceful sleep, and until we meet again, stay safe. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sherlock Holmes. I know many of you enjoy listening to these videos as you fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment, letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, now, let's get comfortable, relax, and dive into tonight's case. Story 1, we will delve into a shocking murder case that shook Singapore in 2005. This is not a tale of tragic love like Romeo and Juliet. It is a brutal murder masked under the guise of love. This case not only captured public attention, but also raised many questions about human nature and the dark secrets behind seemingly ordinary appearances. Around 9 a.m. on June 16, 2005, a sanitation worker cleaning the area discovered a waterlogged brown carton by the Calling River. Sensing something unusual, he approached to investigate. Gate inside the carton, he was horrified to find human body parts wrapped in transparent blue plastic bags and newspapers. He immediately called the police to report the grisly find. When the police arrived at the scene, they found that the carton contained the torso from the hips to the knees of a woman. The cuts on the body were remarkably clean and bloodless, indicating the murderer's cold precision and ruthlessness in dismembering the victim. The Singapore police were deeply shocked, as serious cases like this occurred only once. Every 8 to 10 years from 1970 to 2005, the police quickly sealed off the area, hoping to find the remaining body parts of the victim, given that the Callang River connects to the Singapore Strait with numerous boats entering and leaving the port daily. It was highly possible that the crime was committed on a boat and the body was dumped into the sea, with the carton eventually drifting to the Callang River. Thus, the police simultaneously investigated the schedules of boats that had passed through the Calling River Bay in the past 2 days and conducted a thorough search of the surrounding areas of the crime scene. About an hour later, they discovered another red carton not far away containing the upper torso of the body, but without the head. The cuts on this torso matched perfectly with the previously found body parts. Fortunately, the upper torso still had the arms and hands, allowing the police to identify the victim through fingerprint analysis. Additionally, the carton had a barcode and product information. Using this lead, the police traced the carton back to a store in Singapore. After 6 hours of fingerprint matching, the police finally identified the victim. She was a 22-year-old woman named Lu Hong from a small town in Chongchun, Guilin province. China Lu Hong had been in Singapore for 3 years and was working at an electronics factory at 5 North Songgan Avenue. Once they confirmed her identity, the police went to the factory where Liu Hongge worked to conduct a thorough investigation. Through learning about El Hong's relationships, the police identified 2 individuals of interest, Fu Ruqing and Liang Xiao. Both were former supervisors of Lu Hong and had close relationships with her. The police first interrogated Fu Ruqing. Throughout the interrogation, he remained remarkably calm. According to his testimony, Liang Xiao had a romantic relationship with Lu Hongge. Initially, Lu Hongge worked in workshop number 4 under his supervision. Seeing her diligence, he frequently showed concern and helped her a lot. Later, Liang Xiao was transferred to a managerial position and Li Hong became his subordinate. From that point, Liang Xiao and Lu Hong's relationship quickly developed. One day they were scheduled for the night's shift, which ended at 7 a.m. the following morning. However, when they returned to work, and they were still wearing the same clothes from the previous day, indicating that they had not gone home. Liang Xiao and Lu Hong maintained their secret relationship until a colleague discovered it last year. The information provided by Fu Ruqing matched perfectly with a record of inappropriate behavior involving Liang Xiao and Liu Hongge that the police had uncovered. This document, issued by the company on September 27, 2004, detailed the misconduct of an operator and a manager at the office, noting that the manager was married, making their behavior unacceptable after being reprimanded by company leadership. Liu Hongge immediately admitted her mistake. In contrast, Yang Xiao defended himself, claiming that he was only congratulating Liu Hongge on her birthday and had no other intentions. However, following this incident, their colleagues became aware of their relationship. During this period, Liu Hong was promoted twice, consecutively, leading many to believe that she was being backed by her manager. The police then proceeded to interrogate Liang Xiao. During this conversation, the police identified Liang Xiao as the prime suspect in the case. Liang Xiao was born on April 19, 1955 in Singapore. After completing his pre-university education, he served in the military for 2 years. In 1976, he began working at a telecommunications company where he remained for 20 years. In 1996, Liang Xiao decided to leave and start his own business. However, due to limited capabilities, he had to close it down. After just 1 year since April 1997, he has been working at an electronics factory. Liang Xiao's salary was approximately 33,700 Singapore dollars a month, which was considered quite high at the time and sufficient to provide his family with a stable life. He was married and had 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. At the time of the incident, his wife and eldest daughter were traveling in Thailand while his son and youngest daughter were at school. So what led the police to suspect Liang Xiao as the primary suspect in the case? First, during the interrogation, he consistently denied having a close relationship with Liu Hongge and accused the police of making baseless assumptions. Second, there was a scratch on the knuckle of his left middle finger, but when asked how he got the injury, he stammered and couldn't provide a clear explanation. Additionally, during the conversation, his hands trembled continuously and his face showed clear signs of tension. These behaviors aroused further suspicion from the police. As a result, the police requested to search Liang Xiao's home upon hearing this. He appeared slightly panicked but had no choice but to agree. After some time searching, the police found several crucial clues in Liang Xiao's room. These included a Chinese newspaper, a bundle of blue plastic bags, a roll of tape, a rubber hammer, and a chipped kitchen knife. The plastic bags, newspaper, and tape were then sent to the forensic science department for examination. The results showed that these items were identical to those found in the carton containing the body parts. Therefore, the police initially concluded that the rubber hammer and kitchen knife were the tools Liang Xiao used to dismember the victim. Since using a kitchen knife to cut through a human body is not easy, Liang Xiao had used the hammer to assist. However, these tools alone were not enough to prove that Liang Xiao was the one who killed Li Hongge to convict him. The police needed to find more definitive evidence, such as blood traces at the crime scene matching the victim's DNA or finding a fragment from the chipped knife in the victim's body. Fortunately, no such metal fragments were found in the body parts. Discovered, therefore, the police needed to locate Liu Hong's head and lower legs to gather more clues. On the other hand, since Liang Xiao had cleaned the crime scene meticulously, the police thoroughly searched the entire house but still couldn't find any bloodstains. Even more puzzling was that, according to the police's assessment, Liang Xiao's home was likely the primary crime scene, and the most probable place for dismemberment was the bathroom. However, this area was unusually clean, clearly having been thoroughly cleaned by him. Despite the circumstances, the police were ultimately unable to find any additional clues. When the police were at a standstill and considering changing the direction of their investigation, one of the officers suddenly remembered a case from 10 years ago. The situation was very similar to the current one. Although the bathroom had been meticulously cleaned, they still found a drop of blood under the sink. Recalling this, the police officer immediately sat down to thoroughly inspect the sink but found nothing. As he was about to stand up, his gaze was drawn to the nearby toilet. After a careful examination, he finally discovered a dark red stain, 2 millimeters in diameter, on the underside of the toilet bowl. After comparing the DNA, the police confirmed that it was Liu Hong's blood. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Liang Xiao confessed to his crime. However, there were still many questions about his motive and the process of committing the crime. Therefore, the police urged him to quickly disclose all details in order to receive leniency from the law. According to Liang Xiao's confession on June 15, 2005, taking advantage of the fact that his wife and eldest daughter were traveling abroad and his son and youngest daughter were at school, he invited Liu Hongge to his house for a conversation at around 9:50 a.m. Liu Hongge arrived at Liang Xiao's house. They sat and talked, but as the conversation progressed, Lu Hongye became increasingly emotional. She expressed that their relationship was constantly criticized by others and that she could no longer endure this clandestine life. She hoped Liang Xiaoi would join her in returning to China to build their careers together. However, having grown up in Singapore with a happy family and a high-paying job, Liang Xiao naturally refused her proposal. Both of them felt stuck, and Li Hongye became disheartened. Eventually, she suggested, if that's the case, let's die together so we can be together forever. Seeing Liang Xiao's hesitation, she added, "If you're afraid, let me go first, but you must promise to follow me." Liang Xiao agreed, then he took a bath towel and wrapped it around Lu Hong's neck. They were sitting face to face, which made strangling much harder compared to doing it from behind, so it took longer. After about 20 minutes of strangling, Lu Hong's face started to turn from red to purple and then to black. She eventually suffocated and collapsed onto the bed, seeing her distorted face in death. Liang Xiao felt disgusted, abandoning his suicide plan, and began thinking about how to dispose of Liu Hong's body without being detected. Liang Shu's son and youngest daughter were due to come home from school at 6 p.m., so he had to clean up the scene. Before then, he dragged Lu Hong into the bathroom and used a kitchen knife and hammer to dismember her body. During the process, internal organs fell out, which he casually tossed into the toilet and flushed. At that moment, a drop of blood splattered onto the basin of the toilet, which he failed to notice. Liang Xiao cut the body into 7 parts, cleaned them, then wrapped them in plastic bags and newspaper before placing them in cartons. Afterward, he began cleaning the bathroom and washed off the blood from himself. Once the initial cleanup was done, he proceeded to dispose of the body parts. First, Liang Xiao rode his bicycle to dispose of the feet, shoes, and clothing in a roadside trash bin. Then he took the train to the Singapore River to dispose of the head and calves. Finally, he went to the Kowloon River near his home to dispose of the torso around 5 p.m. Liang Xiao returned home and began a second round of cleaning the crime scene. This time he cleaned more thoroughly, ensuring all visible stains were removed. He washed the bed linens in the washing machine. The bloodstains on the kitchen knife were painstakingly removed using a sharpening stone. After completing everything, Liang Xiao changed his clothes and went to work at the electronics factory. On his way, he passed by Ango KRT station and discarded Lu Hong's handbag and personal items in a nearby trash bin. Wang Xiao stated that after dismembering and disposing of the body, he continued to work as usual. Despite knowing he had made a grave mistake, he tried to remain calm and reminded himself not to panic at 7:30 p.m. On the day of the incident during the factory roll call, Liang Xiao even deliberately asked a colleague to call Liu Hongye and inquire why she was not at work. The police did not fully believe Liang Ziya's statements. However, based on the existing evidence, they could only prove that he committed the murder without being able to determine his motive. If the case were tried according to his confession, it would be classified as manslaughter, resulting in a much lighter sentence to uncover the truth and seek justice for the victim. The police needed to gather new evidence. They quickly focused their efforts in 2 directions, continuing to search for the remaining body parts of Liu Hongye and conducting interviews to collect additional witness statements. The search for the remaining body parts faced many challenges. According to Liang Ziya's testimony, he had disposed of Liu Hong's head and calves in the Singapore River. Therefore, the police deployed a special task force to search along the riverbank, but still could not find the remaining body parts. At this point, the lead investigator had a thought. Perhaps the cartons had drifted ashore and were collected as trash. He then found out that there was a company nearby responsible for cleaning the canals, and they collected waste every 2 days to transport it to a ship at several kilometers away. When the police arrived, they discovered that the waste had already been sent to the Nam Tanong Pagar incineration plant. For disposal, the police immediately contacted the incineration plant to halt operations and rushed to the scene. In front of the police were towering piles of trash, making the search for the remaining body parts a significant challenge. They searched through the foul-smelling garbage late into the night, meticulously examining every suspicious piece of waste. After a prolonged search, they finally found the decomposing calves and head. Upon examination, The police confirmed that these body parts belonged to Liu Hong. In the remaining leg, they found a metal fragment that matched the chip on the kitchen knife. However, even with this evidence, the police could not entirely discredit Liang Zia's testimony. This was because there were no clear bruises on LH's neck typically. Strangulation with a rope leaves distinct marks on the neck, but if a soft towel is used, it might not leave visible bruises. Additionally, there were no defensive wounds on the victim's body. The forensic doctor conducted tests for alcohol and drugs on Liu Hong's body, and both results were negative. This indicated that the victim was fully conscious and did not resist during the strangulation. Could it be, as Liang Xiao claimed, that Luang Mei willingly allowed him to strangle her on this matter? The doctor provided an opinion. When strangling while facing each other, the towel would need to be crossed at the throat, and the leverage would be much weaker compared to strangling from behind. Even if the victim were willing, a natural reflex would still cause a defensive reaction. The lack of marks suggests that the event was sudden or unexpected during the investigation, and interviews. The image of Liu Hong that the police gathered was entirely different from Liang Xia's descriptions. Before coming to Singapore, Liu Hong had studied English at a well-known university in her province. After arriving in Singapore, she was diligent, working to earn money while continuing her studies. On May 20th, 2003, she enrolled in an English language training center. By the time of the incident, she had paid over 1,000 Singapore dollars in tuition fees over 2 years. The head of the training center reported that on June 14th, Liu Hong had inquired about the schedule and arrangements for upcoming courses. Her sister, Liu Hongwei, also mentioned that on the same day, Liu Hongwei had called her expressing confidence in passing her upcoming English exam. Given Li Hong's optimistic and forward-looking attitude, it seemed unlikely that she would want to commit suicide. Furthermore, she had always wanted to stay in Singapore, so why would she suggest to Liang Xiao that they return to China to pursue their careers? If it wasn't a mutual suicide pact, then what was Liang Xiao's real motive on this point? There was a discrepancy between rumors and the police's perspective. The rumor suggested that Liu Hong's death was the result of a failed marriage proposal, making it a crime of passion. In contrast, the police believed that Liang Xiao killed her for financial reasons on March 27, 2014. Liu Hongwei and her sister visited a matchmaking agency in Singapore to find potential dates. The matchmaker described Liu Hongwei as having a gentle personality and graceful manners, and she hoped to find an educated man with good character. To marry, the agency introduced her to 5 candidates, among whom she showed interest in a civil servant and a manager. However, these matches did not succeed during her time working at the factory. It is likely that Liang Zia's mature and calm demeanor attracted Liu Hongwei. Additionally, working together daily made it easier for their relationship to develop quickly. By June of that same year, they officially began their romantic relationship. During this period, Li Hong's intention to continue working and developing her career in Singapore remained unchanged, according to a colleague in January 2005. Liu Hongmei pressured Liang Xiao to marry her, and he even accompanied her to look for a rental home on April 24, 2005. Liu Hongwei, Liu Hong's sister, registered her marriage with a Singaporean man and planned to hold the wedding in September of that year. Her future brother-in-law mentioned that he had a vacant house, so her sister invited Liu Hongwei to stay with them and even asked her to be the maid of honor at her wedding. Former manager Fu Ruqing stated that Liu Hong always admired her sister and hoped to follow in her footsteps, marrying a Singaporean man and building a family together. However, given Liang Xiao's circumstances, he clearly could not fulfill Liu Hong's desires. During that time, she was often uncertain about whether she should break up with him, especially since a young man seemed to be pursuing her rumors. Spread that Liu Hongwei had pressured Liang Xiao to marry her when he refused. She proposed breaking up, and Liang Xiao, unable to accept this, allegedly killed her, however, shortly before the incident. Liu Hongwei reported to the police that her bank card had been used without authorization. When the police checked the ATM surveillance footage, although the person withdrawing the money was wearing a baseball cap, they quickly recognized him as Liang Xiao. Regarding this, Liang Xiao claimed it was just a prank. On the afternoon of the 13th, the two of them had gone to a hotel. He took Liu Hong's bank card while she was showering. Knowing her PIN, he withdrew over $2,000 from her card after they checked out that day. However, he claimed that he returned the card and the money to her the very next day, but these lies were quickly exposed. The police did not find the returned cash at Liu Hong's home. Furthermore, if he had indeed returned the money, Liu Hong would not have needed to report it to the police. Faced with this compelling evidence, Liang Xiao could only admit that on the 14th, upon hearing Liu Hongge say she had reported him to the police, he feared being caught for stealing the money. He then arranged for Liu Hongge to come to his house the next morning, saying he would accompany her to the police station. Liang Xiao intended to the money and confess his wrongdoing, but when confronted with Li Hongge, he couldn't bring himself to do it. If the truth were eventually discovered, his extramarital affair would become known to his family and friends. This would lead to him losing his job and destroying his reputation. Thus, Liang Xiao conceived a sinister plan to kill Liu Hongge to cover everything up. He deliberately used provocative words to agitate Liu Hongge, and when she became upset, he suggested the idea of a suicide pact naively. Liu Hongge agreed on May 3rd, 2006. Liang Xiao's case was officially brought to trial. The prosecution charged him with premeditated murder, but he steadfastly maintained that they had agreed to commit suicide together. He argued that if he had intended to harm Liu Hongge, he would have sustained injuries during the struggle. However, the absence of such injuries, he claimed, proved that she was entirely willing. In response to this stubbornness, the police argued that just because the victim had no defensive wounds did not mean she was willing. It was highly possible that the significant strength disparity prevented her from resisting the judge, then asked Liang Xiao to demonstrate how he used the towel to strangle the victim. During this reenactment, he even revealed a bizarre smile on May 19, 2006. The Singapore High Court ruled that Li Hongge had no intention of committing suicide and that her death was entirely caused by Liang Xiao. Therefore, the court sentenced Liang Xiao to death. He felt unjustly treated and appealed, but all appeals were subsequently rejected. Finally, on October 30, 2007, he was executed for his crime. The Kowloon River murder case was closed, but it left behind many painful lessons. It revealed that beneath seemingly normal appearances, people can harbor frightening dark sides. Luong's story reminds us to be cautious in our relationships, especially when far from home. This case shows that justice was ultimately served, but the price was the life of a young, ambitious woman. Story 2, the case takes us to the vast and prosperous land of Australia, a place where many people around the world dream of settling. A wealthy Chinese couple was living happily there, but an unexpected turn of events occurred while the husband was temporarily back in China. The wife and her mother were suddenly attacked, leading to a murder right below their apartment. This tragic incident turned into a complex case for the police forces of both countries on September 30th, 2010 at 7:30 p.m. A 27-year-old Chinese woman named Dan Sun was driving back to her apartment in the Balga area of Perth. Her 53-year-old mother, Jishu and Kong, was also in the car. Dan Sun was on her way to pick up her daughter, who was playing at her grandmother's house. As she parked, she noticed a car blocking her from the front and another car approaching from behind. Blocking her exit, finding this strange, Dan Sun asked her mother to step out and see what was going on. As soon as Jishu and Kong got out of the car, a strong, dark-skinned man with long hair jumped out of the front car armed with a spear gun. He fired at her, but she instinctively dodged the shot, causing the spear to lodge in a neighbor's apartment. After missing his target, the attacker immediately grabbed a hammer from his car and charged at Jishu and Kong, repeatedly striking her on the head, severely injured and unconscious. She fell to the ground, Diaz Salant, then went to the driver's seat, smashed the car window with the hammer, opened the door, and repeatedly stabbed Dan's son. He then quickly drove away after neighbors reported to the police authorities. Arrived at the scene to find Dan's son deceased in the driver's seat, her mother, Jishu, and Kong was lying on the ground next to the car. Unconscious from severe head injuries inflicted by a hammer, medical personnel immediately transported her to the hospital for emergency care. Due to the secluded location of Dan Sun's apartment, there was limited surveillance in the area. Only a neighbor's camera captured footage of a suspicious vehicle. Investigations revealed that a witness had seen a white sedan parked across from the victim's house for about 2 hours. When Dan's son and her mother drove home, the sedan quickly started and blocked their car. Another vehicle, a great two-seater Mercedes-Benz CLK sports car, stopped in front of Dan's son's car. The witness also saw the perpetrator from the side but could not identify them as they were disguised upon reviewing the surveillance footage. Police identified the owner of the white sedan at the crime scene as Nua Xiaodan's son's estranged husband. Further investigation revealed that Dan's son and Nu Oye were in the process of divorcing, and current separated police immediately searched Nu Oye's residence and discovered a spear gun matching the witness's description. Consequently, he became the prime suspect. However, just as the police were preparing to issue a warrant, Nu Oye's immigration records showed that he had returned to his home country 2 weeks prior, providing him with a solid alibi. This development left the police astounded. Could the real perpetrator be someone else? The police shifted their investigation to Dan's son's social relationship. Sheisho. The findings revealed that her social circle was very small. Apart from running her nail salon and attending English classes, she did not have any conflicts with anyone in light of this. The police refocused their investigation on her husband, Nu Siu. Despite his alibi, could Nuya have hired a hitman at the age of 30? Nuya hailed from Liaoning. His father was the head of logistics at a university in Ling. His uncle was a standing committee member of the Ling Provincial Party Committee, and his mother, Song Tibi, owned a construction company. This made his family both wealthy and influential. Locally, Nua was a true playboy, having grown up in luxury. His father and Dan's son's father were colleagues, which facilitated their marriage after obtaining Australian citizenship. Nuya lived comfortably. He enjoyed diving and spearfishing. Nua owned 3 properties worth over 10 million yuan, approximately 1.4 million US, and had a Mercedes-Benz convertible. Additionally, he ran 2 import-export companies in Australia. However, his official job in Australia was as a part-time security guard, and he frequently patrolled the community with his hunting dog. Through the investigation, police discovered that Nua was suspected of renting a house in the northeastern area of Perth. He was running a front for a massage parlor which actually provided adult services with Asian women. Nu Oye frequently visited this place and was close friends with the manager after the incident. The manager told the police Noya is a good person and his wife Dan's son is also a good friend of mine. In April 2008, Nua and Dan's son held their wedding at the Perth International Exhibition Center. Despite Dan's son being Nu Aya's second wife, the couple enjoyed a sweet period together. Neighbors often saw them walking their dog and driving their sports car around. Although Dan's son's family background was not as affluent as Nua Xiao's, it was still quite respectable. Growing up in wealth, both Nuya and Dan's son had somewhat selfish personalities over time. Living together, their flaws began to surface, and they often quarreled over trivial matters after their daughter was born. Their disagreements escalated due to differing parenting views. During this period, Noah's mother song, TB, naturally cited. With her son Dan's son having been spoiled from a young age, could not tolerate grievances. Her assertive nature often displeased her mother-in-law. The strength relationship between Dan's son and Song TB, along with the marital discord, led to frequent conflicts on one occasion. Dan's son and Song TB even had a physical altercation over child-rearing issues. When Nuya learned about this, he became increasingly resentful of Dan. Sunday in April 2010, Dan's son filed for divorce in the Perth court. Following her request, the court froze Nu Oye's assets in Australia as per the legal requirements until the divorce and asset division were finalized shortly after Dan's son moved out of their mansion with her daughter and rented an apartment in the Balga area a few days later. On her lawyer's advice, Dan's son began investigating Nua Zia's misconduct during their marriage, hoping to secure custody of their daughter and a larger share of the assets. Somehow, Nua became aware that Dan's son was gathering evidence against him. This struck a nerve as he was fully aware of his own dubious activities. If things took a turn for the worse, he risked losing not only his wife and child, but also most of his family's assets and custody rights. This intensified his resentment toward Dan Sunday. However, it's important not to jump to conclusions and assume that Nua Xiao was the perpetrator of the crime, with the continuous turmoil and intense conflicts over the divorce. Dan Sun might have sensed something was wrong. To reduce the tension, she decided to take her daughter back to her home country, temporarily, unexpectedly. One day, her young daughter was kidnapped by a stranger from their neighborhood. Dan Sun was devastated and extremely distraught. On her family's advice, she sought help from the Australian Embassy and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Eventually, the investigation revealed that her daughter had been taken back to Perth and was staying with her mother-in-law. Dan Sun immediately bought a ticket and flew back to Australia to reunite with her daughter. Considering these facts, the Perth police wondered if Nu Oye's family, already having acted irrationally over custody disputes, could have gone further and committed murder. The police continued their investigation and discovered that on September 24th, 2010, Nu Oye had posted a job advertisement in a Chinese-language newspaper in Sydney. The ad was seeking a driver to travel across Australia from Sydney to Perth with a generous compensation. Strangely, immigration records showed that Nua had been in China visiting relatives since September 10th. Hiring a driver in Sydney while being in China seemed illogical. Following this lead, the police began investigating along the highway from Sydney to Perth. Based on the ad's information, this route spans approximately 4,000 kilometers, nearly crossing the entire country. Even driving nonstop, the journey would take about 2 days upon reviewing reports of unusual vehicle sightings. In September, investigators discovered a peculiar photo. The records noted that on the night of September 30th, just hours after the murder police patrolling the Nuller Plain had captured image. The Nuller Plain, bordering South Australia and Western Australia, is a barren, arid region with sparse population. Therefore, anyone driving through this area would need to carry ample food and water. The police discovered that this vehicle had crossed the Nuller Plain twice within 1 week. This aroused suspicion, prompting the patrol officers to stop and inspect the car. Under the dim lights, they found 2 stern-faced Asian men inside. After questioning them and verifying their identities, they determined the 2 had an employer-employee relationship, with the passenger being a man named Yumu. Although the inspection revealed nothing unusual, the police took a photo and recorded the encounter for safety. This very photo would later help unveil the horrifying truth behind the case. Upon careful comparison, the police noted that Yumu bore a striking resemblance to Dan Sun's husband, Nua Xiao, confirming they were the same person. Immigration records showed that he entered Australia on September the 23rd, 2010, and left on October 3rd, which coincided with the timeline of the murder through the collaborative efforts of Chinese and Australian police. It was discovered that the man accompanying Nu Oye was his friend, who had served as his best man at his wedding. The 2 men looked remarkably similar in their identification photos. With this information, the police were able to piece together the entire case. The true perpetrator was none other than the man Dan Sun had loved and trusted with her life. Nu Noah, a truly ruthless husband, had meticulously planned and executed a scheme to achieve his goal, something few could accomplish. Now let's recount Nu Aya's criminal actions in chronological order. On September 10th, 2010, Nuia used his Australian passport to travel back to China in Shenyang. He contacted his close friend Yumu, who bore a striking resemblance to him, and borrowed his passport. On September 23rd, Nua used Yu's passport to leave China and fly to Sydney, Australia the next day. On September 24th, he placed an advertisement seeking a driver to travel from Sydney to Perth. On September 28th, Nua arrived in Perth and prepared the necessary tools for his crime, including a spear gun, a hammer, a knife, and other implements using his assumed identity. He purchased a used white car on the final day. September 30th, Nua disguised himself armed with the weapons and waited outside the house his wife had rented at around 7:30 p.m. That evening, he committed the murder, abandoned the purchased car, and joined the hired driver for the return trip to Sydney that same night. After completing everything on October 3rd, Nua used Yu's passport to board a flight back to China. At this point, he believed his perfect crime had been executed flawlessly, if not for the diligent traffic officer who unwittingly took that crucial photo. There's no telling when the case of Dan Sun and Jishan Kong would have been solved. Additionally, on the day of the crime, Another surprising detail was recorded Nuzia's mother song Tia Bay had picked up her granddaughter and brought her home when questioned by the police. Song Tia Bay stated, "My son left Perth on September 11th and never returned. He has been in China for over 2 weeks. The last time we spoke was at the end of September when Noah called me." Song Tia Bay also revealed that during the time she was caring for her granddaughter, she never left the house and no one visited. However, the police examined a computer at Tia B's home and discovered that Nuia had logged into a game account 2 days before the crime. Additionally, early on the morning of September the 29th, surveillance cameras near the mansion captured images of New OEA. This confirmed to the police that after arriving in Perth on September 28th, Nua had been hiding at his mother's house. The disturbing fact is that on the day of the murder song, Tia Bay not only took her granddaughter away, but also lied to protect son in 2016, 6 years after the crime song. Tia Bay was arrested at Perth Airport for harboring a criminal and providing false information to the police, although Australian police confirmed that Nua was the perpetrator of the murder of Dan's son and her mother. Due to the absence of an extradition treaty between China and Australia, the Australian authorities could not directly arrest Nua through the efforts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Interpol Chinese police arrested Nua in April 2012 for the crime of using someone else's passport to leave the country until his arrest. Nuia had been living a luxurious life in China after murdering his wife. He quickly found a new girlfriend in Shenyang, and the two were inseparable, even traveling together in Southeast Asia after Nua appeared in court. Chinese police located this woman when identifying the photos used as evidence. She unexpectedly exposed Nuazia's vile and shameless behavior. She told the police that she had worked for New OA's company after they started dating. She soon became pregnant. Initially, New Oya and his family were overjoyed, but she later suffered a miscarriage. Following this incident, her boyfriend's family's attitude changed drastically on the very afternoon of her miscarriage. They demanded that she return to work immediately, dismissing her condition as insignificant and threatening to fire her. If she did not comply, this naive woman had also lent Nua 20,000 yuan, which he promised to repay. However, after his arrest, his family outright refused to acknowledge the debt. The most tragic part was that since New Oya's arrest, numerous women had approached her accusing her of having seduced him. Ultimately, she was forced to flee and live far away. Additionally, Yumu, the close friend who lent Nuia his passport, tried to inquire about the situation. After the crime occurred, only to be berated by Nuazia's family, they accused him of implicating himself by showing concern. In the early stages of his arrest, Nuia, when interrogated by the police, did not mention the crime, but repeatedly talked about his 2 unhappy marriages. Just 1 year after marrying Dan's son, the couple began to have conflicts exacerbated by interference from both sets of parents. When Dan's son filed for divorce in 2010, Nua saw it as an escape. Unlike his previous quick divorce, Dan's son was gathering evidence of his wrongdoing. Nuja was extremely angry, not only because he might lose custody of his child and most of his assets, but more importantly because it made him feel an unprecedented sense of failure and humiliation. Consequently, Nua resolved to deal with the issue decisively in his own way, in a peculiar turn of events while in custody. Nua requested that his family send him a Bible to show repentance, but they instead sent him how the steel was tempered. Their intention to appeal by any means necessary was blatantly clear. Speaking of this, it's clear that Noah's brutal behavior cannot be separated from his family's influence. They valued money, were selfish, looked down on women, were harsh with others, and lenient with themselves. Growing up in such a dysfunctional family, it's not surprising that New Oye's actions turned out this way. Finally, in January 2016, after 5 years of joint investigation by Chinese and Australian police, New AA confessed in a Shanghai court. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for premeditated murder. At that moment, Danson's father, Sun Jiayu, expressed relief, believing that Nua had received the punishment he deserved. Although there was no extradition treaty in place, China had the right to prosecute. Since the victim was a Chinese citizen, New OA probably never anticipated that the assets he tried so hard to retain would be auctioned off by the Australian government. According to the law, the proceeds were overseen by a charity organization to establish a fund. This fund was set up to support Dan's son and new AA's daughter. Not long after, the girl was adopted by a police couple appointed by the government. Later, this couple even took the girl back to Shenyang to visit her Bedouin grandparents. Currently, Dan's son's daughter is still living with this police couple in Australia. They have opened a new chapter in her life, looking toward a brighter future. Dear viewers in life, there is a saying when romance ends, kindness should prevail. Perhaps things wouldn't have come to this if New Oye had known how to let go and stop. It was his greed and ambition that led him to lose everything he valued. More than love, his material possessions and honor, now he has paid a very high price. Story 3 on July 15, 2011. Mr. Ding Zhong gave his first media interview in Northampton, UK. He had just flown in from the US to attend the memorial service for his brother Ding, speaking about the tragic fate of his brother's family of 4. Mr. Ding Zhong tried to contain his inner rage and expressed indignation towards the perpetrator Duan Tong. So, who is Duan Tong and why did he commit such a brutal crime? Northampton is the third largest town in the UK with a population of around 250,000. It is located 78 kilometers from Birmingham, 96 kilometers from London, and is one of London's significant satellite towns. The main character, Ding Jing, and his family also resided here. Ding Jeffing was born on May 26, 1964. His wife Sue was born on April 4, 1964. They were both from Hongju and classmates in the chemistry department at university. In the early 1990s, the trend of studying abroad and immigrating overseas began to gain popularity in China. This young couple joined the trend and chose the UK as their destination for studying abroad. Later, Ding Jeffing went abroad for further studies and obtained a PhD in chemistry in the UK shortly after his wife also earned a master's degree. There, with their high educational qualifications and extensive work experience, they successfully settled in the UK. During this time, in 1993, they welcomed their first daughter, Ding Exon, 6 years later. In 1999, they had their second daughter, Ding Huan, in the same year. Tui, with her keen business sense, opened an herbal medicine store in the small town of Roberton in Northampton, naming it Herb Magic Ding Ging, and his wife managed the store together for about a year, but the business was not very successful. The main reason was that both of them had studied chemistry and were not professional traditional Chinese medicine doctors, so they lacked experience in pharmacology and herbal medicine preparation. Therefore, they invited a few traditional Chinese medicine doctors to collaborate, but the business still did not improve. At this point, the arrival of Duan Tong and his wife Qin Zhong brought new life to their herbal medicine store. Duan Tong was born on December 2, 1958 in Hunan Province. He and his wife Chun Zhan both graduated from the Hunan Traditional Chinese Medicine Institute, now Hunan University of Chinese Medicine, as formerly trained traditional Chinese medicine doctors. Duan Tong and his wife had worked for many years in China, accumulating substantial experience in traditional medicine. In search of better opportunities in 1998, Duan Tong, along with his wife and young son, moved to the UK on a work visa there. They worked at the Dr. Herb's chain of stores under Tanshan Pharmaceuticals. By early 2000, through mutual friends, Sua met the traditional Chinese medicine doctor Qin Han. After a few meetings, the relationship between the two families grew closer. Soon after, Ding Jing and Sua decided to invite Duan Tong to work at their herbal medicine store. This was a mutually beneficial decision for both families. The Ding family gained an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor as a partner who could help with quality control procurement and preparation of herbal medicines, which was crucial for the store. In return, Duan Tong not only secured the opportunity to apply for permanent residency in the UK, but also earned more money, transitioning from an employee to a partner with partial management rights of the store after discussions on February 24th. 2000, Herb Magic changed its ownership structure. Initially, Ding Jing and Sua each held 50% of the shares, but now Sua would hold 99% of the shares, and Duan Tong would hold 1%. Regarding the reason why Duan Tong held only 1% of the shares, Sua explained that due to his work visa, he was legally permitted to work only as a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, If he were to become a shareholder, his ownership could not exceed 1%. According to the law, however, the 1% was merely symbolic Sua, and Dantong had agreed to split the profits equally, with Duantong receiving 50%. Yet these were only verbal agreements, which would later become the source of significant conflicts in reality. Since Duantong began working at Sua's herbal medicine store, Herb Magic saw a substantial increase in sales. His extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and expertise in herbal preparation quickly earned the trust of customers. At this time, the number of Chinese students and immigrants in the UK was rising, leading to increased demand for herbal medicine thanks to Ditong's contributions. Herb Magic became highly successful within a few short months. Recognizing the immense business potential, in 2001, Sua opened 2 more branches in Coventry, and Cheltenham, owning 3 herbal medicine stores, made her a well-known figure in the Chinese community and one of the earliest successful herbal medicine store owners. However, business partnerships are never easy. Despite the outward success of the 3 branches over time, conflicts between Duantong and Sua grew and became increasingly difficult to resolve. According to Duantong's family, Sua gradually started concealing financial reports and withholding information from Duantong. Therefore, Dantong never knew exactly how much money the herbal store was making. He felt that the business was doing well, but the amount he received in Des de Yusiwa. Profit sharing was not significant. More importantly, according to their original agreement, Tua and Duantong were supposed to split the profits equally, but Tua often delayed payments, causing him great frustration. On the other hand, according to Tua's family, she was busy with other outside work and couldn't manage the store's finances daily. As a result, Duantong took advantage of her absence to secretly take some cash from the store. Consequently, Sua believed that Duantong was stealing money from the store and thought that if he had already taken some cash, she shouldn't split the profits equally anymore. In 2001, the issue of Dan and Tong taking money led them to involve the police. Duantong admitted to taking cash from the store, but maintained that as a shareholder and one of the store's owners, it was normal for him to do so. The police viewed this as a financial dispute and did not file a report advising them to resolve the matter in court. If they couldn't reconcile eventually under police mediation, Sua and Duantong reached an agreement. Sua decided not to pursue the cash Duantong had taken, but from that point on, the 2 families were completely arraying. Sua, being very astute, realized she could no longer cooperate with Duantong. On July 25, 2001, she partnered with an English friend named Paul Delaney to open another herbal medicine store named Herbs for Health. Dantong was not to be outdone after obtaining permanent residency in the UK. In 2002, he opened his own herbal medicine store in April 2002, naming it Jade Herbs. This marked the official end of his partnership with Tua. However, within a few years, he closed Jade Herbs. Duantong then founded Fukong Pharmaceuticals and opened another herbal medicine store named Natural Health at the Pavilion Shopping Center in Birmingham. In November 2002, Duantong and his wife spent $100,000 to purchase their first home in Coventry. Meanwhile, Dingjing and Sua diversified their business ventures. Starting in 2004, Ding Jeffing began working as a senior lecturer in the Department of Chemistry and Environmental Science at Manchester Metropolitan University. Sua, in addition to managing the herbal medicine store, also worked as a Chinese language teacher at Caroline Chisholm School, where their youngest daughter, Ding Hanan, was a student. Although everyone seemed to have moved on with their lives, Duantong persisted in reclaiming the money Tua had owed him after years of unsuccessful negotiations and refusals from the Ding family. Duantong decided in 2007 to take Ding Jing's family to court. He demanded that Sua pay the amount owed to him from 2000 to 2002, as he had only received a small portion of the initially agreed-upon sum. After receiving the court summons, Sua began transferring her assets to avoid a judgment by putting all her herbal medicine stores up for sale during the trial. Seeing a high possibility of losing, Sua attempted to transfer her assets to others. Just days before the court ruling on November 12, 2007, the local court ruled against Sua, ordering her to pay $30,000 in attorney fees to Duantong. As for the profits from the herbal medicine stores, The judge indicated that a separate trial would be held to address this issue. Sua subsequently agreed to comply with the court's ruling and paid over $30,000 in attorney fees. However, 6 months later, on May 7, 2008, the judge determined that Sua had only paid about 40% of what Duan-Tong was entitled to during their partnership ruling, that Sua must pay the remaining 60%, which amounted to approximately $30,000. The judge also granted Dan-Tong's lawyer's request to freeze Tua's assets to ensure payment, however. Before Duan-Tong could celebrate the court's decision, Sua demonstrated her cunning. The very next day at 9 a.m. on May 8th, Tua successfully sold the house where her family had lived for 6 years on the same day she sold the house Sua filed for bankruptcy. Importantly, although the judge's ruling was made on May 7th, the legal documentation required 1 to 2 days for judicial registration to take effect. As a result, Sua's house sale occurred faster than the judicial registration process. Sua sold the house on May 8th, while the judicial registration was completed on May 9th. Therefore, legally, by the time the asset freeze order in the judgment took effect, Tua was already in bankruptcy according to UK law. If Tua was bankrupt, she would no longer be required to pay the $30 million in profits to Duan-Tong, although Tua's actions were quite cunning. Legally, she committed no crime upon learning this outcome. Dan-Tong had no choice but to accept it. Bitterly, the matter should have ended here, despite not recovering the $30,000 owed to him. Dan-Tong didn't have to pay legal fees, won the lawsuit, preserved his dignity, and regained a sense of justice. However, a few months later, Duan-Tong discovered that Sua and Ding Ging's family of 4 were still living in the old house, in theory. Wasn't that house sold? After the ruling, he then quickly investigated this matter thoroughly, according to real estate sale records. Tua and Ding Jeffing purchased their house on May 8, 2002 for $250,000. However, 6 years later, on the day of the judgment, May 8, 2008, they sold it for the much lower price of $210,000. Although Duan-Tong was not in the real estate business, he knew this was highly suspicious. According to market evaluations, Tua's house should have been worth around $270,000. This means Tua sold the house for 20% below its market value on the day of the judgment. More importantly, the buyer of the house was none other than Tua's English business partner. After uncovering all these details, Duan-Tong felt he had been deceived by Tua. It was clear that the house sale was a scheme by Tua to transfer assets before filing for bankruptcy. After consulting with his lawyer, Duan-Tong filed another lawsuit taking both Tua and Paul Delaney to court. He accused them of conducting an illegal transaction at an obviously unreasonable price within a short period, essentially aiming to transfer assets. This lawsuit lasted for 2 years during this time to prepare for the worst possible outcome. Duan-Tong also started transferring assets held in his name on January 6, 2010. He resigned as director of Fukhang Pharmaceuticals and transferred ownership of the company to his son, while he and his wife retained only shares in the company. Fortunately, in May 2010, after intense courtroom debates, Duan-Tong won the lawsuit. Once again, the judge ruled that the real estate transaction between Sua and Paul Delaney was void. However, Sua and Delaney did not accept this verdict and appealed to the High Court. Despite winning the case, Duan-Tong faced increasing pressure from the appeal. In a media interview, his wife revealed that to counter Tua Delaney's appeal, Duan-Tong had to gather various documents, contact lawyers, and devote all his energy to the case. By the end of 2010, the High Court concluded that although the sale price of the house between Sua and Delaney was clearly below market value, and the transaction was done in a short period which seemed unreasonable, there was an important clause in the transaction. Paul Delaney had agreed to lease the house back to Tua for 21 years. In other words, Delaney had foregone part of his benefits to secure a lower purchase price. Therefore, the High Court ruled that the transaction did not violate principles of fairness and was legally valid, resulting in Duan-Tong losing the case by Monday morning. May 1st, there was still no news about Duan-Tong the West. Midlands Police Department sent officers to Tua's house to inquire if they knew anything about Duan-Tong's whereabouts. After knocking on the door for a while with no response, the officers assumed no one was home. and left a card in the mailbox requesting Tua to contact the police as soon as possible, then left, however, around 6 p.m. That same day, the situation became more complicated. A man named Jason Horley called the police station reporting that he was a neighbor of Tua's family and that something was wrong. He urged the police to come immediately. Jason explained that in the afternoon, an elderly Indian woman who had been friends with the Tua family since 2002 came to his door. She mentioned that she hadn't seen any activity at Sua's house for several days on April 29th, the day of the royal wedding. Their neighborhood had hosted many community events. However, Sua's daughters, 18-year-old Ding Exon and 12-year-old Ding Huan, who usually love participating in community activities, were not seen. Additionally, the curtains at Sua's house had been drawn all weekend with no one going in or out, which was highly unusual after hearing the elderly woman's account. Jason accompanied her to Tua's house when no one answered the front door. He went around to the back, through the garden, through the kitchen window and the curtains. Jason saw a dark brown stain on the floor. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a pair of human legs, terrified. He rushed back home and called the police to better understand the crime scene. Let's take a look at the 3D model created by the police. Sua's family home is a two-story house with a detached garage and a pathway leading to the backyard. The second floor has 4 rooms, the master bedroom in the bottom left corner, 2 bedrooms for the daughters, and a small sitting room. The first floor includes the living room, dining room, and kitchen with a back door from the kitchen opening to the backyard. The first officers on the scene were Officer John Campbell and Chinese officer Wang Qingyi. Upon arrival, Officer Campbell broke through the back door to enter the house. He found Sua in her pajamas slumped beside the kitchen. Moving further inside, he saw Ding Jeffing lying collapsed beneath the fireplace placed along the wall. Both had been stabbed multiple times and their bodies were rigid. Blood splattered the walls, floor, and curtains based on the coagulated state of the blood. The police could determine they had been dead for some time while Officer Campbell was inspecting the 2 victims on the first floor. Officer Wang Qingyi went up to the second floor with his gun drawn. He used his baton to open the door to the sitting room in the corner, seeing the 2 children. He shouted, "Police, stay still," but quickly realized both children were already dead. Officer Wang Qingyi recounted that he first saw a small child curled up lying on her side on the bed, curled into a ball with her back against the headboard. This was Ding Huan, the family's younger daughter. The elder daughter, Ding Sen, was found kneeling beside the bed, appearing to be in a praying position. The carpet and bed were covered in dried blood. The forensic report later concluded that Ding Ging had been stabbed 23 times with numerous defensive wounds on his arms, indicating he had fought back fiercely. In contrast, Ku had been stabbed 13 times and had no defensive wounds, suggesting that the first stab may have incapacitated her in the upstairs sitting room. The elder daughter, Ding Exen, had been stabbed 10 times, including a stab through her hand, indicating she had tried to defend herself or plead with the attacker. The younger daughter, Ding Hanan, had been stabbed 4 times and had scratched marks on her arms, showing the attacker had restrained her with one hand while stabbing her with the other. The entire scene revealed the brutal and inhumane nature of the attack. On the same day, the Ding family's bodies were discovered. Duan Tong was identified by the police as the sole suspect. The police needed to find him quickly. The case, once made public, shocked the entire UK due to its barbaric and violent nature. The Northampton Police Department swiftly mobilized its top investigators to focus on this case. First, they began by meticulously reviewing surveillance footage from around Duan Tong's home, nearby train stations, bus stops, and the crime scene vicinity. Additionally, intelligence suggested that Duan Tong might be hiding in the local, but the shops and businesses in the area were uncooperative with the police investigation. One hypothesis suggested that clues about Duan Tong's disappearance might be found in London's Chinatown. However, due to cultural sensitivities, language barriers, and the need for caution, Northampton police had to conduct their search carefully. Shop owners were asked to display wanted posters of Duan Tong, but some refused. Considering it bad luck, others were reluctant to be seen cooperating with the police. As a result, only 2 shops agreed to the police request. Despite these challenges, there was a breakthrough in analyzing surveillance footage, allowing the police to almost fully reconstruct Duan Tong's movements on the day of the crime. Surveillance video showed that at 10:44 a.m. on April 29th, Duan Tong boarded a train from Coventry to the herbal medicine store in Birmingham. He was carrying his passport at 11:20 a.m. Duan Tong arrived at the herbal medicine store and stayed there for about 10 minutes. During this time, he wrote a note and placed it in the appointment book, then took a knife from the kitchen and hid it in his backpack. After preparing everything, he put on a hat, shouldered his backpack, and took a train from Birmingham to Northampton at 12:35 p.m. That same day, Duan Tong got off the train at Northampton Station. He then walked to the Greyfriars bus station and waited at Bay 19. Finally, he boarded bus number 15 at 17 p.m. before getting off the bus at 1:20 p.m. Duan Tong asked the driver for directions to the Wooten area where Tua's family lived. Perhaps fate tried to intervene as the driver gave Duan Tong incorrect directions as a result. Even though he was very close to the area, he couldn't find Sua's house. Following the driver's instructions, however, Duan Tong did not abandon his plan. He wandered around the area repeatedly asking passers-by for directions. Eventually, with their guidance, he found Sua's house around 3:15 p.m. He walked through the open garage door into the backyard, and Ding Gong, who was in the kitchen when Sua heard the commotion and rushed in. He immediately stabbed her, preventing her from fighting back. Hearing the screams of the two children upstairs, he frantically ran up and attacked the defenseless girls, according to the police investigation at 3:32 p.m. On the day of the crime, the local police received a distress call from the elder daughter Ding Sen in the 22nd call. The dispatcher could clearly hear the screams and cries of the two girls. Tragically, Ding Zan was unable to speak before the call was disconnected, sadly, after reporting Ding X's phone number and location to the police. The dispatcher misreported the address. Consequently, the police went to Collingwood Park, 3.6 kilometers south of the actual location, missing the chance to save the two girls after murdering Tua's entire family. Duan Tong did not leave in a hurry. He washed the blood off his hands and left the weapon on the kitchen counter. Perhaps due to staying up all night and being busy all day, he felt exhausted and fell asleep in Sua's house. When he woke up, it was already past 9:00 p.m. To escape Duan Tong, rummaged through the house and took a wallet along with a set of car keys. At 9:49 p.m., surveillance cameras captured Duan Tong driving the stolen Corsa at a gas station on the M1 motorway junction. 15A, he refueled, bought a banana milkshake, and purchased a map of Northampton. Duan Tong did not rush to flee because he still had one more name on his revenge list: Delaney, the person who had caused his bankruptcy, using the map. Duan Tong drove around but could not find Delaney's house, or perhaps Delaney was not home that night. Frustrated, Duan Tong gave up, drove to London, and parked the car on Venable Street. Since the area where Duan Tong parked only allowed parking on weekends and holidays, by the time the car was discovered, it had accumulated 9 parking tickets after abandoning the car on April 30th. Duan Tong spent $61 to buy a one-way bus ticket from London to Paris. A week later, on May 11th, the police finally found the abandoned car in North London. The car was actually rented by the elder daughter, Ding Xan, because the family car was being repaired. Unfortunately, this caused a delay in the investigation, and the police missed the opportunity to arrest Duan Tong. On May 24th, Duan Tong's image was broadcast on Crime Watch, a popular UK crime show with an audience of 3 to 5 million viewers. The police hoped that airing the case on this show would raise awareness and bring in more leads about Duan Tong's whereabouts. Despite abundant physical evidence at the crime scene and numerous clues from surveillance footage, the investigation progressed slowly a year after. After the crime occurred, with assistance from the Paris Police Northampton, police discovered that after arriving in Paris, Duan Tong moved to the port city of Alaris in southern Spain. There he purchased a one-way ticket to North Africa with Morocco as his destination, and then disappeared completely on April 29, 2012, exactly 1 year after the Ding family's death. A significant figure in the case, Delaney suddenly passed away from a stroke at the age of 65. This made the death dates of all 5 individuals involved in the case coincide on the same day. This unbelievable coincidence added even more mystery to the case. Subsequently, the Northampton police traveled to China and Spain to solicit information about the criminal. They believe that after leaving Northampton, Duan Tong went to London, where he took a bus to Paris. From there, he was thought to have traveled to Alaris in Spain, from which he could take a ferry to Tangier in Morocco 14 months after the crime. In July 2012, the case that had once shocked the UK finally saw a significant breakthrough with the help of Spanish and Moroccan police. Local media widely reported on Duan Tong's case shortly afterward. A Moroccan man called the local police, identifying himself as the foreman of a construction site in the port city of Tangier in northern Morocco. He reported that he recognized Duan Tong, the wanted criminal from the news, as the night watchman at his construction site. Upon receiving the tip, Moroccan police immediately went to the construction site to arrest Duan Tong. The chief officer responsible for the arrest recognized that this man had been detained. The previous May, at that time, Duan Tong had just arrived in Tangier and was arrested on suspicion of being an illegal immigrant. Duan Tong gave his name as Li Ming and claimed he was from Taiwan, since the UK police were unaware that Duan Tong had fled to North Africa, and the Moroccan police were unaware of the murder case in the UK. They released him after a brief interrogation, this time after arresting Duan Tong. The Moroccan police immediately informed the British police. The British police quickly traveled to Morocco and confirmed that it was indeed Duan Tong, the man they had been searching for over a year. According to the workers at the construction site, Duan Tong had been very secretive since his arrival. Not knowing the local language and lacking proper accommodations, he had to sleep on a makeshift bed at the site during his more than a year at the construction site. Duan Tong's life was extremely difficult. Despite capturing Duan Tong, there was a significant issue. There was no extradition treaty between Morocco and the UK. As a result, the two countries had to negotiate extensively. Finally, in February 2013, Duan Tong was extradited to the UK. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Duan Tong admitted to the murders, but claimed that he had been under immense psychological pressure and was mentally unstable before committing the crime, which led to his inability to control his actions. His lawyer argued that Duan Tong should be charged with manslaughter rather than murder. The mental and physical evaluations of Duan Tong extended the case by another 8 months. The trial scheduled for May was delayed due to the absence of a Chinese interpreter, causing repeated postponements until the trial finally began. In November, on November 28, 2013, Judge Julian Flo of the High Court found Duan Tong guilty of murder. The judge determined that Duan Tong had meticulously planned and executed the murders, from purchasing the knife beforehand to leaving a note for his wife and family, and then going straight to Q Gay's house in Northampton. Forensic evidence showed that when Duan Tong committed the murders, he precisely stabbed the victims in the lungs and heart, causing almost immediate death for the entire family of 4. Before the trial, Duan Tong told a psychologist that he only intended to carry the knife to reclaim his money, but Ding Jeffing not only refused but also mocked him. However, the judge was skeptical of this story and believed that even if Duan Tong was mentally agitated, it did not prevent him from meticulously planning and brutally carrying out the murders, especially by not sparing the 2 innocent children. Moreover, after the crime, he sought an opportunity to kill Delaney and then fled abroad, indicating that he was fully aware of his actions. Therefore, the judge rejected the argument for manslaughter and sentenced Duan Tong to life imprisonment with a minimum of 40 years, without parole at 54 years old. Duan Tong would have to serve until he was 94, and it is highly likely he will never leave prison. This case sparked considerable controversy over the police's effectiveness, particularly the handling of Ding X's distress call on the day of the crime, which left many people outraged following the verdict. The Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, conducted a detailed investigation. Commissioner Omar Deep Somal stated that the misrecorded address cost the police precious minutes that could have saved lives. If the police had verified the address more thoroughly, they could have arrived at the correct location within minutes and potentially apprehended Duan Tong at the scene. The IPCC highlighted that the dispatcher was inadequately trained and there were no clear procedures for handling abruptly disconnected emergency calls. After the release of the Commission's report, the Northampton Police Department acknowledged that their response to the distress call was disappointing and unacceptable. They wrote a letter of apology to the victim's family, but also stated that even if the police had arrived at the correct address, the chances of saving all 4 members of Ding Ying's family were slim. Their only likely opportunity would have been to apprehend Duan Tong at the scene. Following the case, Manchester Metropolitan University, where Ding Ging worked, erected a memorial in his honor. Additionally, Sua and Ding Huan's high school planted daffodils in their memory. The most heartbreaking aspect of this case is perhaps the fate of the eldest daughter. Ding Ixan, during her high school years, she was a model student, always helping others, and an accomplished violinist at the time of the incident. Ding Ixan was 18 years old and had just finished her university entrance exams. She had received an offer from the University of Nottingham's medical school, but was waiting for her August exam results in hopes of being accepted into the University of Cambridge. Tragically, Ding Zan will never know the outcome she left behind, a promising future that will forever remain unfulfilled. Reflecting on the horrifying case of the Ding family, there is much to discuss. Sua was a patient teacher, polite to colleagues, and devoted to her husband and children, earning praise from friends, colleagues, and superiors. However, human nature is complex and cannot be easily categorized as simply good or bad. In business, Sua seemed to transform into an entirely different person, resembling an extreme utilitarian. Although she promised Pro to share profits equally with Duantong, she ultimately delayed payment when the lawsuit was underway. She transferred her assets and filed for bankruptcy at the last minute, trying every possible way to evade responsibility. While her actions were not illegal, they led to Tuga paying the ultimate price with the lives of her entire family. However, what Sua did not anticipate was that a well-educated traditional Chinese medicine doctor like Duantong would choose such an extreme and brutal path. Perhaps Tua's utilitarianism ignited the tragedy, plunging her and her family into calamity. Since the incident, many people have expressed sympathy for Duantong. They believe that before the crime, he was a good person, a genuine traditional Chinese medicine doctor who tried to resolve the issue legally. When Sua deceived him, he patiently waited for justice, but when he realized that the brink of crime. Of course, we cannot justify Duantong's actions through sympathy, especially when he directed his anger towards the two innocent daughters of the victims. Acts of violence and murder are always deserving of condemnation. Story 4, around 7:00 p.m. on February 28, 2021, in the city of Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. The bitter cold of winter had set in. The temperature had dropped below freezing, and a light snowfall dotted the sky at 347 Arvin Avenue. A young woman named Jordan Romano experienced the most painful moment of her life as she was shot in the chest in a state of panic. She gritted her teeth against the pain, put her car in reverse, and sped away. However, she didn't get far before crashing into the curb and coming to a stop at this point. One hand clutched her bleeding chest wound while the other struggled to open the car door. Worse still, she realized that her legs could no longer support her. She was forced to crawl. Using her hands and knees, every movement hindered by the bone-chilling cold that made her body shiver uncontrollably. The parking lot was just a few dozen meters ahead, but for Romano it seemed infinitely far. A powerful fear and an intense will to live pushed her to keep crawling forward. She kept telling herself she had to survive, especially since she was 13 weeks pregnant. Hamilton is a city known for its heavy industry with a large industrial area. Romano's accident occurred in this industrial zone. While the area is bustling with workers during the day, it becomes almost deserted at night. When Romano managed to crawl to the roadside, she desperately waved for help. Under the dim streetlights, her consciousness began to fade. She knew she couldn't hold on much longer. Luckily, a car drove by, turned around, and headed back towards her. A woman inside the car asked. In surprise what had happened, Romano told her she had been shot and pleaded with the woman to help her get into the car and leave. The woman immediately got out to assist her and instructed her boyfriend to call the police upon receiving the report. The police quickly arrived at the scene. The caller, Annette Bride, reported that she and her boyfriend were on their way to a gas station when they noticed something on the left side of the road in the industrial area. At first it looked like an animal, but they couldn't be sure after driving a bit further. Sensing something was wrong, they turned around and found Romano crawling along the roadside. After securing the industrial area, Detective Ive M.C. Miller, who was in charge of the investigation, found Romano's black high heel on the concrete pavement of the parking lot. Not far from the shoe, there were some car fragments near the warehouse gate. The police discovered that the chain lock had been cut, suggesting an unauthorized entry into the industrial area. A green metal wall at the entrance was dented with car debris scattered on the ground, indicating where Romano had likely crashed while reversing. Following the path, the police discovered a man lying behind a building. He was on his back, with his arms spread wide, surrounded by 7 9mm shell casings and 2 unused bullets. The autopsy revealed that the man had been shot 6 times, with 1 bullet hitting his left lung, causing severe blood loss. His left lung alone had lost 2.2 liters of blood, indicating that he didn't die immediately from the gunshots, but gradually from excessive bleeding. Near the body, investigators found a $5 Canadian bill and a plane ticket from Vancouver, British Columbia to Toronto. The name on the ticket was Tyler Pratt, the man lying on the ground. According to the investigation, Tyler was born on August 13, 1982, and had a complex family background. His parents divorced when he was young. His mother, who had a PhD in theology from Wagner University, opened a hair salon after the divorce, becoming a well-known bridal hairstylist and makeup artist. Perhaps due to the lack of his mother's love, Tyler became rebellious after his father remarried. Gradually going astray as he grew up to make money, he started dealing drugs. Although he had connections with many gangs in the Vancouver area, Tyler saw himself purely as a businessman focusing solely on drugs and money without ever getting involved in guns or violence over the years. Thanks to his relationships and reputation, Tyler became one of the most notorious drug dealers in the Vancouver area. Even though his transactions could reach millions of dollars in a single day, Tyler remained very cautious and only dealt in cash. He had no credit cards, no bank deposits, and didn't own any property. However, as he accumulated wealth, Tyler began considering how to launder his money to this end. Tyler founded Hard as Diamond, a company specializing in custom diamond jewelry. He also launched a premium health sea care product brand called Elite Organics. Despite these ventures, the revenue from both businesses was still limited and the cash flow was insufficient. He was eager to establish more legitimate businesses, knowing that drug dealing wasn't a sustainable way to make money and would eventually lead to trouble. The sooner he could launder his money and transition to legal businesses, the safer he would be. This desire became even stronger after the birth of his 3 children during his time as a drug dealer. Tyler married twice and had 3 children. Jordan Romano, the woman who was shot at the beginning of the story, was his girlfriend. The two had planned to marry in the near future, and Romano was 13 weeks pregnant on the day of the incident. Romano was shot in the chest, although she received help and was quickly taken to the hospital. She fell into a coma from the severity of her injuries. Before the ambulance arrived, doctors found that the bullet had lodged near her heart. Due to the significant blood loss, the baby could not be saved. Most people believe that Romano's chances of survival were very slim. Since the victim was still in critical condition, the police couldn't get a statement about what happened or who fired the shot. Therefore, the investigators had to start from the crime scene to gradually gather clues by examining the security cameras around the scene. The police discovered that at 5:05 p.m. on February 28th, 2 hours before the incident, a white Audi Q5 entered the industrial area's parking lot shortly after a white Range Rover also drove in at 5:54 p.m. The Audi Q5 left the industrial area only to return just over 10 minutes later at 6:12 p.m. The white Audi Q5 stopped at the roadside just outside the industrial area. At this point, a young woman got out of the car and walked back towards the warehouse area. A few minutes later, the same woman drove the white Range Rover out of the industrial area into the Audi. Then both vehicles quickly drove off and disappeared from the camera footage. The day after the incident on March 1st, the police gathered significant clues. Someone reported that an illegally parked vehicle was at a construction site on Audley Street in the Aobo area of Toronto. Officer McGarry of the Toronto Police Department arrived at the site upon entering the construction area. He spotted a white Range Rover parked against traffic on Audley Street. After scanning the license plate, Officer McGarry found that the vehicle was wanted and immediately contacted the Hamilton police in charge of the case. When the officers arrived at the scene, they noticed clear signs of a collision on the vehicle. Not only were the two front doors unable to close, but there were also bloodstains on the bumper driver's door and passenger door. Notably, there was a distinct green scratch, marked next to driver's seat matching the green metal wall of the warehouse. Additionally, investigators found Romano's blood on the dashboard, steering wheel, and other parts of the car since the front windshield was neither damaged nor had bullet holes. Investigators deduced that the shooter stood outside the car and fired at Romano, who was in the driver's seat. The driver's side window or door must have been open. Additionally, there was a bullet hole in the driver's seat and a 9mm bullet lodged in the driver's side door. By comparing the bullet trajectory, the police found that this bullet matched those found on the ground at the industrial area, all fired from the same gun. This indicated that the assailant had fired 3 shots at Romano in the driver's seat, but fortunately only one hit her. During a thorough search of the vehicle, investigators found Tyler's driver's license and Romano's car insurance documents. The information on these documents showed that the car was new, registered under Romano's name, and had been purchased only a few months prior. Additionally, a Gucci handbag was found inside the car. When opened, it contained some makeup items in women's clothing. A particular short-sleeved t-shirt caught the police's attention. The shirt had the number 81 printed on it, a numerical symbol used by local Hell's Angel supporters. This suggested that Romano might have connections to the criminal underworld on the same day the Range Rover was found. The police also located the Audi Q5, captured on surveillance cameras on Green Street. Not far from the crime scene, the license plates had been removed, the hood was badly damaged, and the car keys were discarded near the front passenger side wheel. Through investigating the VIN, the police discovered that the car belonged to a woman named Iris Lopez. During questioning, Iris stated that the car previously belonged to her, and her husband had removed the license plates at her request. She explained that on the afternoon of February 28th, she sold the car to a friend of her son. Iris had never met the buyer, only signed the transfer papers and left the rest to her. Son, upon examining the transfer documents, investigators identified the buyer as a man named Oliver Carafa. He was 28 years old, originally from Slovakia, but had immigrated to Canada with his family when he was young as an adult. He lived a life of petty crime, making money by stealing cars, modifying them on the black market, and repainting them for sale. The police were well acquainted with Carafa, as he had gained national notoriety in Canada in 2012 due to a car accident around 2:30 a.m. On April 3, 2012, a then 19-year-old Carafa, driving under the influence and at twice the speed limit, caused the death of his 24-year-old Chinese friend David Chang. For causing the severe accident, Carafa was sentenced to 5 years in prison and had his driver's license revoked for 15 years in 2014. However, under Canadian law, despite the 5-year sentence, Carafa only served 3 years and was released in August 2017. Unfortunately, David's life was taken, and KFA's punishment was only 3 years in 2017. Prison. After his release, he was hired at a cafe in Toronto. Outwardly, Correa seemed to have reformed, but inwardly he still harbored malicious intentions during the investigation of the Hamilton murder. The police suspected Correa as the main perpetrator, as surveillance footage showed the Audi Q5. He bought for $10,000 at 1:49 p.m. On the day of the incident, the car hadn't yet been fitted with new license plates, but just a few hours after purchasing it, Carafa drove to the crime scene and abandoned the car by the roadside, even leaving the keys behind. Why would he waste such a large sum of money? The only reasonable explanation is that Carafa bought the car with the intent to assassinate Tyler that day. While the police were focusing their investigation on Carafa, the hospital delivered good news after 3 days in a coma. Jordan Romano miraculously regained consciousness. Although she lost her unborn child, and her boyfriend Romano managed to muster the strength to reveal the name of the shooter to the police. In addition to Carafa, who was still a suspect, there was another accomplice at the scene, KFA's girlfriend Lucy Lee, 25 years old and from a wealthy family. Lucy was born into a wealthy Chinese family, the eldest of 5 children and one of 3 triplet sisters. The second triplet, Caitlin, graduated from the University of Toronto and is the CEO of a tech company. The youngest triplet, Leigh, attended the Stern School of Business at New York University and founded the education consulting firm Pier 1 Academy. After graduation, their upbringing can be attributed to their mother, Leigh Zhuai, a well-known entrepreneur in the Chinese community in Canada. Leigh Z. Hales from Hunan earned her master's degree in the 1980s and worked for the Shenzhen municipal government for 10 years. In December 1998, her family immigrated to Toronto, Canada. 2 years later, she founded Ruang International Financial Group, specializing in insurance and financial management. In interviews, Leigh Zhuai shared her educational philosophy and how she raised her 5 children to become independent and confident entrepreneurs. Regarding her daughter Lucy, she described her as an outstanding student at Harvard University. Although Liao Zi's educational advice sounds reasonable, the involvement of her eldest daughter Lucy, a Harvard graduate in a murder case, suggests her methods may not have been as successful as she claimed. Everything began after Lucy graduated from college and met Carafa, who had just been released from prison. Together, they formed a love story between a successful businesswoman and a rogue at the hospital. Romano, upon regaining consciousness, recounted the events to the investigators based on her remaining memories. She explained that she and her fiancé Tyler were introduced to Lucy and Carafa through a mutual friend in 2020. Carafa had heard that Tyler was a drug kingpin and knew he was eager to establish legitimate businesses to launder his dirty money. So in Tyler's presence, Carafa pretended to be a savvy investor, claiming he had many profitable legal businesses to introduce to Tyler. Initially, Tyler was skeptical of Carafa, but since KFA's girlfriend Lucy indeed came from a wealthy family and her mother was well known, Tyler gradually lowered his guard and grew closer to Carafa. Then in 2020, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, face masks became scarce worldwide. Correa suggested that Tyler invest in a mask manufacturing plant in Europe, assuring him it would be highly profitable. Initially, Tyler invested $170,000, but after a few months, Carafa reported that the business was thriving, not only breaking even, but also generating substantial profits. Consequently, Tyler invested an additional $300,000, bringing his total investment to $470,000, according to Romano. By 2021, Carafa showed Tyler a bank statement indicating that the company's account in Prague had 1 million euros, reflecting a profit increase of at least 25 times. This wasn't just about selling masks, it was like printing money. However, problems arose when Tyler wanted to withdraw the money. Carafa explained that transferring such a large sum directly from Europe to Canada would undoubtedly attract tax authorities' attention. This could result in the bank account being frozen, the money confiscated and even exposed. Tyler's drug trafficking operations. After consideration, Carafa proposed a new plan. He suggested that his girlfriend Lucy's family, who worked in the insurance industry, could help. They could buy life insurance policies in Europe and then cash them out in Canada. It was later discovered that these life insurance policies were fraudulent, created by Lucy and Carafa. Together, in reality, their European protective equipment company was not making any money. This company, Shogo Limited, was established in Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic, by Carafa, in another person, with Correa holding a 50% stake. The company was founded on May 20th, 2020 with a registered capital of $779. The bank transactions and accounting invoices were all fabricated to scam Tyler out of his money. At the time, Tyler and Romano were unaware of this and kept demanding hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit shares. When Correa realized he could no longer hide the truth, he decided to resort to murder, according to Romano. The relationship between the four of them was very good. Although she and Tyler lived in Vancouver, they frequently flew to Toronto to dine party and travel with Lucy and Carafa. Tyler considered Carafa a close friend, even buying an apartment in Toronto and planning to move there from Vancouver when the business improved. 10 days before the incident on February 18th, which was KFA's birthday, Romano said that she and Tyler gave him a diamond necklace. A week before that, Carafa had texted them about a planned trip to Italy in June. Just a few days before the incident, Lucy visited Romano's apartment in Toronto. The two had a great time chatting with Lucy, even asking Romano about her pregnancy and plans for a baby shower. Little did Romano know that Lucy would betray her so soon after Romano recounted that. On the day of the incident, she and Tyler arranged to meet Lucy and Carafa at the industrial area to check out a warehouse. Carafa had told them that the warehouse belonged to Lucy's mother, and they planned to lease it for cannabis cultivation. The plan was for all four of them to wait for the real estate agent to inspect the warehouse together and sign the lease. If it was suitable that afternoon, Tyler drove the Range Rover with Romano to the warehouse, according to Romano after meeting Lucy and Carafa. They chatted while waiting for the real estate agent after about 20 minutes with no sign of the agent. It started to get dark and light snow began to fall, so Tyler and Romano returned to the Range Rover to warm up to facilitate conversation with Lucy and Carrea outside. Tyler rolled down both side windows of the car, noticing that Lucy was shivering from the cold. Tyler invited her to sit in the driver's seat to warm up while he stepped outside to talk with Carafa. Romano recalled that when Lucy got into the car, she kept her head down. Typing on her phone, she didn't look up at Romano or engage in conversation. Romano felt that Lucy seemed tense and anxious at that moment. As Romano was trying to make awkward conversation, Lucy suddenly stood up and stepped out of the car. Without closing the door, a gust of cold wind blew in, so Romano instinctively moved from the passenger seat to the driver's seat to adjust the heater. However, before she could do so, Carafa suddenly appeared at the corner of the car holding a gun. Romano said she immediately froze her mouth open in shock but unable to speak. 3 shots rang out, one hitting her in the chest. Romano reacted by putting the car in reverse and pressing the gas pedal almost simultaneously. She heard Tyler shouting outside the car, followed by a series of gunshots. When Romano opened her eyes again, the car had crashed into a wall and come to a stop in a desperate bid to survive. She endured the pain and tried to crawl forward, fortunately being discovered and assisted by Annette Bride. Based on the available evidence for days after the incident, the police issued a warrant and released images of Carafa and Lucy, hoping the public could provide information about their whereabouts. Lucy's mother, through a lawyer, issued a statement saying that Lucy was a sensible girl and expressed hope that she would soon contact the police to cooperate with the investigation by checking the surveillance cameras at Lucy's apartment. The police found footage of Lucy and Cara in the elevator at 2:46 p.m. on the day of the incident. Less than an hour later, at 3:33 p.m., Lucy reappeared in different clothes, her face covered and wearing a blonde wig. It's likely that Carafa used the emergency stairwell to avoid being caught on camera. Considering they lived on the 34th floor, KFA's descent must have been time-consuming and strenuous. After completing the murder plan at the industrial area, the two drove the Audi and Range Rover to different locations to abandon them. Lucy then drove a gray SUV with Carrea back to their apartment around 1:30 a.m. on March 1st at 2:48 a.m. The apartment's elevator camera in Toronto captured Carafa holding a black trash bag with his back to the camera, while Lucy, wearing a mask, appeared slightly panicked. At this point, they were preparing to leave Canada a few hours later at 6:30 a.m. They drove north and stopped at the Grey Orchard General Store in Port Carling. The store clerk Smith recalled that before the store opened at 7 a.m., a gray SUV had been parked in the lot for some time. About an hour later, a young couple leisurely entered the store. They bought some drinks and snacks and then used the store's restroom. In the afternoon, the store owner, Chris, received a call from the store. His daughter told him that she had found a strange black plastic bag in the trash behind the store, and upon opening it, she discovered some bullets. Inside, Chris immediately called the police. When the investigators arrived, they found a pair of blood-stained pants, a hat, a blonde wig, and 40 rounds of 9mm ammunition in the bag. Upon investigation, the police discovered that these bullets matched those found at the crime scene. Unfortunately, by the time the police arrived, the suspects had long since fled. The question was, in a small place like Port Carling, where could they have escaped by car by investigating local taxi companies? The police found that at 6:50 a.m. on March 1st, shortly after parking at the general store, the pair had ordered a taxi when they tracked down the taxi driver. From that morning, he reported that the two initially planned to go to the bus station, intending to take a bus directly to Montreal Airport. However, when the driver mentioned that the bus wouldn't get them to their flight on time, the couple paid him $400 to take them straight to Toronto. Instead, the taxi driver recalled that he dropped them off at a subway station in Toronto. Surveillance cameras at the subway station captured their images at 9:48 a.m. On March 1st, continuing their investigation, the police discovered that the pair took the subway from Toronto to Montreal, eventually boarding a plane at 4:40 p.m. The same day, based on the information gathered, the police believe that approximately 24 hours after murdering Tyler Pratt and attempting to murder Romano Oliver Carafa, and Lucy fled from Canada to Eastern Europe, on March the 26th, 2021. Hamilton police officially issued an international arrest warrant for Carafa and Lucy. They also reached out to various European media outlets, hoping the public could provide further information about the suspects. 3 months after the public manhunt, the police finally received good news on June 12, 2021. Hungarian police announced the successful capture of the two fugitives in Budapest. The capital of Hungary, Canadian police expressed their gratitude for Hungary's assistance in the case. To apprehend the couple, Hungary had even deployed a special task force from the Fast Fugitive Active Search Team unit. After gathering reliable information, they discovered that the two had been in Hungary for at least 2 weeks. Following a period of covert surveillance of Carafa and Lucy, the task force decided to move in and arrest the couple on the night of June 12, 2021. The central area of District 6 in Budapest was bustling. As usual, amid the crowd under the night lights were Carafa and Lucy. When the two appeared on 7th Avenue east of the Danube River, the special task force moved in and successfully apprehended them. Subsequent investigations revealed that after fleeing Canada, they flew from Montreal to Frankfurt, Germany. They then traveled to KFA's homeland Slovakia and hid at a relative's house, living there for a while using fake Slovakian identification. Realizing their situation was becoming precarious, they fled to the neighboring Czech Republic. Eventually hiding in Prague after the capture, Carafa refused extradition and appealed to the court, indicating his intention to resist to the end. Meanwhile, Lucy, perhaps tired of running, calmly accepted Canada's extradition request. She even seemed proud when she told the investigators that the Canadian police didn't need to pay for her plane ticket because her mother could hire a jet to bring her back, and the police could accompany her naturally. The police flatly refused her boastful offer a month after her arrest on July 12, 2021. When Lucy was escorted by plane back to the Hamilton police station in Canada during the interrogation, Lucy fabricated numerous exaggerated stories throughout this process. She appeared very relaxed and calm, seemingly unaware of the severity of her crimes. She even laughed. Loudly at times, not at all resembling someone accused of first-degree murder. Even those visiting the police station to pay speeding fines seemed more uncomfortable than she did. Lucy claimed that on the day of the incident, she was actually on the other side of the parking lot in the industrial area and was not with Carafa, so she had no idea what he had done. After hearing gunshots, Carafa ran over to her and said that Tyler had tried to kill him, forcing him to act in self-defense. Carafa told her it was a kill or be killed situation, so he had to shoot Tyler to protect himself. Considering Tyler's connections to the underworld, Lucy said she feared that Tyler's associates would come after her, so she felt compelled to flee with Carafa. Meanwhile, in Hungary, after numerous court sessions, the Budapest Court of Appeals ultimately rejected KFA's appeal, and he was subsequently extradited to Canada to face trial. As for Lucy, the Supreme Court of Canada granted her bail on January 20th, 2022. The bail amount was set at 2.7 million Canadian dollars, with her mother posting $2 million and two friends providing the remaining $700,000. However, for months later, Lucy was arrested again. This time, it wasn't because her trial date had arrived, but because she had flagrantly violated her bail conditions. Police reported that on May 20th, Lucy seriously breached two conditions. First, she left her home without permission to meet friends, and second, she contacted someone she was expressly forbidden by the court to communicate with. So Lucy spent $2.7 million for 4 months of freedom. Do you think it was worth it? 3 years after the crime, in April 2024, the trial of Lucy and Carafa finally began in court. Lucy's lawyer claimed that Romano was previously a stripper after meeting Tyler, She began living a lavish lifestyle funded by her boyfriend's money, frequently dining at upscale restaurants and flying first class to Los Angeles and Dubai. Romano admitted that all her living expenses, including the Range Rover and the Toronto apartment, were paid for by Tyler with drug money. After the Range Rover was damaged, she even received a $90,000 insurance payout. Now that her SCE of money is gone and she lost the baby, it's clear that Romano harbors deep resentment towards Lucy and Carafa given her profession, and her resentment can the testimony of such a person be deemed reliable. Meanwhile, Lucy's lawyer portrayed her as a simple, even naive and kind-hearted individual, according to the testimony. When Lucy learned that Tyler wanted Carafa's help to import young girls from Prague to Vancouver, she immediately recognized it as a disguised form of prostitution and human trafficking. Therefore, she firmly refused this proposal and did not allow Carafa to engage in illegal activities. On the other hand, prosecutor Mardine was equally resolute. He pointed out that Lucy's life insurance agent license had expired in 2019, so she could not legally sell any insurance products. She was fully aware that she was creating fake checks that could not be converted into money. Additionally, the prosecutor called an important witness. Fei Yongfiong testified that he had known Carafa for 10 years, and they were very close friends previously. They had worked together at a cafe where Fei Young was a chef and Carafa was a counter manager. About a week before the shooting, Carafa had asked him for a favor. Carafa said that on February 28th, he and his wife Lucy would have an important and highly confidential business meeting. Specifically, Carafa asked Fei Young and Lucy to swap their phone SIM cards for a few hours and then switch them back. After the meeting was over at 3 p.m. on February 28th, Fiong arrived at Lucy and KFA's apartment as agreed to swap SIM cards with Lucy when he left Carafa. Also left his phone behind. This meant that when Carafa went to the crime scene, he did not have his phone with him. While Lucy carried a phone with Feng's SIM card inside, Carafa thought that when the police traced the phone records, they would see the couples near the apartment, thereby excluding them as suspects. However, what they didn't anticipate was that their car was clearly captured by a camera opposite the industrial area, and several images showed Lucy's face. Clearly, additionally, Fei Young did not stay at Lucy's apartment all night. In court, Fei Young testified that he initially planned to swap the SIM cards back at 7:00 p.m. But Carafa and Lucy were late. According to Fei Young's testimony, he waited for Carafa and Lucy to return home, but they never showed up. Feng had to attend a friend's birthday party, so when he could no longer wait, he left KFA's phone in the apartment and took Lucy's phone and SIM card with him when he went out as a result. And 9 months after the crime, in December 2021, a large police team raided Fei Young's apartment, charging him with first-degree murder, leaving him utterly terrified. Once he understood the situation, Feng decided to testify in court. Additionally, the prosecutor presented the testimony of a man named Mohammed Murad. According to Mohammed, he voluntarily contacted the police on March 1st. He explained that a few weeks before the crime, he had seen an online advertisement posted by Karaya to sell a gray Mercedes SUV. Attracted by the low price, Mohammed traveled from Montreal to Toronto to inspect the car. Apparently, the negotiation over the car's price became too intense, and they couldn't reach an agreement. However, Carafa mentioned that he also wanted to sell a Range Rover and an Audi Q5, which were the two vehicles used in the crime. Notably, this conversation happened in early February, indicating that Carafa had planned the murder well in advance. With his skilled bargaining, Mohammed managed to negotiate an incredibly low price, securing both vehicles for just 4,000 Canadian dollars, an unbelievably low price for two cars worth tens of thousands of dollars. According to the testimony, Carafa told Mohammed that the two vehicles were illegal. He instructed Mohammed to either smuggle the cars out of the country or dismantle them for parts. The agreed date for Mohammed to pick up the vehicles was March 1st. One day after the crime, however, at 7 p.m. On the day of the crime, KFA texted Mohammed stating that both vehicles had been damaged in crashes and could no longer be smuggled out of country. Therefore, they could only be dismantled for parts. Carafa proactively offered a 50% discount, reducing the price to just 2,000 Canadian dollars for both cars. As a result, when Officer McGarry discovered the Range Rover by the roadside, The next day, the tow truck hired by Muhammad had just arrived, was the lead from this tow truck that helped investigators locate Muhammad and subsequently find the abandoned Audi Q5. Prosecutor Mark Dean highlighted that not only did surveillance video confirm Lucy's full involvement in the activities of that day, but text message evidence also showed that Lucy had been part of the entire plan before the crime occurred. While she did not pull the trigger, she assisted Kara in numerous ways, from helping him with the mask fraud scheme to planning the murder. She not only acted as the getaway driver, but also lent Karoff money to purchase the Audi used in the crime, and ultimately helped him dispose of evidence and flee together. According to the prosecutor, Lucy undoubtedly participated in the crime and lied numerous times. Leaving him stunned, if he had to use one word to describe Lucy, it would be the perfect accomplice on the defense side. They made a bold final move by allowing Lucy to testify on her own behalf. Lucy stated that she was born in Shenzhen when her parents immigrated to Canada. She and her two sisters were left in the care of relatives in China. Her father opened a driving school in Canada, and 2 years later, her mother started a financial company when the family's financial situation improved. The three sisters were brought to Canada. Lucy attended Harvard Collegiate Institute for high school. She met Karafa when she was in the 9th grade, and he was in the 11th grade, having recently immigrated from Slovakia. They had a brief romantic relationship during high school, but they broke up by the time Lucy graduated. Aided at 17. After high school, Lucy enrolled at the University of Western Ontario and later transferred to Ryerson University. Unfortunately, she was short of 4 credits and did not complete her degree. Lucy stated that she and Karafa reunited when she was 23 years old. After their second date, they began living together on May 16, 2020, a year. Before the crime, Lucy and Karafa were at the airport preparing to fly to Slovakia. However, they encountered a new wave of COVID-19 before boarding. They were informed that if Lucy wanted to get on the plane, she had only one option to become a Slovak citizen. Immediately, the only way to do that at the time was to get married on the spot, so they registered for marriage online and went from being a couple to being husband and wife. Just before boarding the plane, regarding the day of the crime, Lucy said it was no different from any other day. She woke up, went downstairs with her husband Karoff for breakfast, and discussed their plans for the day. In the evening, she had planned to visit her mother, Leoiwayi, for dinner with her and her sisters. She hadn't seen her mother in a while, and she was sure her mother would ask if she wanted to consider helping with the family business during the day, since Correa didn't have a driver's license. He asked Lucy to drive him to a friend's house. Karafa mentioned he intended to buy an Audi Q5 from this friend to modify and then sell. Lucy said she didn't find anything unusual at the time and never imagined that they involved in a murder. She explained that ever since she had known Karafa, he had always been involved in modifying and reselling cars. Lucy stated that after the crime occurred while they were on the run, Karafa finally told her that he had decided to act first at the industrial area. He planned to tell Tyler that all the previous business profits were fake. When Tyler got angry and a fight ensued, Karafa would draw his gun and kill both Romano and Tyler. Lucy described KFA's plan as a premeditated act of self-defense, in summary under her lawyers. Careful guidance, Lucy tried to distance herself entirely from Karafa. However, her story had many holes and failed to convince the jury. Finally, after a grueling 7-week trial on May 24, 2024, the jury unanimously found Karafa and Lucy guilty of first-degree murder of Tyler and attempted murder of Romano. The judge sentenced both to 25 years to life in prison and banned them from driving after the verdict. Both declared their intent to appeal and have since filed the necessary paperwork, while it's uncertain if Lucy and Karafa will succeed in their appeals. If the sentence stands, Lucy could be released when she's 50 years old. Although Lucy didn't achieve the success her mother envisioned, both academically and career-wise, had she chosen a different partner, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up on this destructive path. Story 5, they were a kind-hearted Chinese couple after years of hard work. They rose from nothing to become successful individuals in life, owning multiple properties in the Houston area. These two were considered a symbol of the American dream in China. However, in just one night, With the sound of 2 gunshots, all the good things turned to dust. The couple was found dead in their mansion. Discovered only 3 days later, this case outraged the local Chinese community alongside their fear for their own safety. Many asked, how could such heinous criminals act with such impunity? Why did such kind and hardworking people have to face this tragedy? Let's go back in time to 2018 in the city of Houston, located in southern Texas near the Gulf of Mexico. Houston is the largest city in Texas and the 4th largest in the United States, with the 5th largest metropolitan area in the country and a population of over 2.3 million people. The city is known for its strong energy, aerospace, and maritime industries. The Port of Houston is not only the busiest port in the United States, but also ranks 6th in the world. This is a culturally diverse city with a thriving African American community. Houston attracts a large number of African Americans, making up over 22% of the population. Additionally, 6.88% of the population is of Asian descent. Among them were Mr. Ba and his wife Jenny Lam, a very successful 61-year-old Chinese couple. Besides their mansion and several properties, they own 6 Subway restaurants in the Houston area, and their business was thriving. Their children were also outstanding and had their own successful careers with a harmonious family. Successful careers and abundant wealth. They lived a fulfilling life, admired and respected by many. However, achieving this success was undoubtedly challenging. Mr. Ba was born in May 1956 in a modest family in Vernon, LA. With a large family, his childhood was not affluent. In 1972, the family decided to move to the United States in search of better opportunities. He moved to California with his family, studied, and became an electrician. After graduating, his meeting with his wife was filled with romance. Jenny Lam was born on July 6, 1956 in Taiwan. She moved to LA with her family when she was young. Being the same age, she and Mr. Bao attended the same school in LA and had known each other since then. In 1972, Jenny Lam also moved to the United States, with her family attending high school in Atlanta, Georgia, and university in Los Angeles, California. It was in Los Angeles, while they were both university students, that they reunited. Being Chinese old friends and sharing similar experiences, they connected well, eventually leading to their marriage. After getting married, they decided to move to Houston at that time. Mr. Bo worked at the Houston Power Company, while Jenny Lam worked at a Chinese restaurant. Both were very hardworking, often juggling multiple jobs. They were hopeful about their future and had clear plans. Saving money was their first step. Not long after, they had 2 children, a son, Richard, and a daughter, Michelle. This strengthened their resolve to build a successful career in the U.S., ensuring a good environment for their children's education and upbringing. After many years of hard work and frugal living, they finally accumulated a significant amount of savings. In 1984, the couple decided to take a risk and use part of their savings to purchase a franchise for an ice cream shop. They had always dreamed of owning their own business and had worked hard to save for this goal after acquiring their own store. Mr. Bo and his wife worked even harder. Despite this being their first business venture and feeling anxious, their initial decision proved to be wise. Under their dedicated management, the business thrived and their income steadily increased. Buoyed by their initial success, they considered expanding. One ice cream shop was not enough, so they began exploring other business opportunities. Jenny Lam had previously worked in a restaurant, gaining valuable experience. Running the ice cream shop also gave them a deeper understanding of the food industry. Thus, they decided to continue growing in this sector. After some research, they chose to franchise Subway, an American fast food chain known for its sandwiches. Subway was growing rapidly and had become one of the largest fast food brands in the world. Initially, they franchised one Subway store. Once the business stabilized, they continued to expand gradually. They grew from 1 store to 2 by 2018. They owned 6 Subway stores, achieving remarkable success during their career growth. Mr. Bao purchased a mansion in the North Forest residential area of Harris County, Houston. This is a high-end gated community with only 18 homes in his section, offering excellent security. Besides the mansion, they also owned a silver Porsche to outsiders. It seemed that the Bayao family, living in a mansion and driving a luxury car, must have lived an extremely lavish life in reality. Mr. Bao and his wife remained hardworking and frugal. Their son-in-law noted that their lifestyle was far from extravagant. Their favorite dinner was just a $4.99 special meal. Despite their success and fame within the local Chinese community, they never showed arrogance and always treated everyone with warmth and sincerity to their employees. They did not act like bosses, but were always supportive, helping them in both work and life employees at their restaurants. Often said that Mr. Bao and his wife felt more like family than employers. In terms of charity, the couple invested a significant amount of time and money into the local Buddhist association. They actively participated in building a temple in Houston and were veteran volunteers in various subsequent activities, despite their growing and busy business. Unlike many other successful people who are strict with their children, Mr. Ba only wished for his children to be comfortable and happy, not wanting them to work too hard. Their children were also very understanding and did not rely on their parents, each having their own careers. Their son Richard joined the military while their daughter Michelle became an outstanding dentist. However, no one could have predicted that amidst their success, greedy eyes were targeting them on January 11, 2018. The family of four had a pleasant dinner out afterwards. Mr. Bo and his wife drove home. Richard went on a short cruise and Michelle returned into her own home. 2 days later, on the evening of the 13th, Richard felt something was wrong. He hadn't been able to reach his parents for 2 consecutive days. Although he knew they were busy managing 6 restaurants daily, they had never failed to answer their phones or reply to messages like this. Trusting his intuition, he drove to his parents' house as soon as he got off the boat. When no one answered the door and he saw a chaotic scene through the window, he immediately called the police at 9 p.m. The police arrived at the scene, seeing the disorder inside. Through the window, they did not hesitate to break in. They found the drawers and cabinets open with belongings scattered everywhere. All the jewelry, wallets, watches, cash, and valuables were gone. It was clear to anyone that this was a case of burglary and robbery. Strangely, some ordinary items like coffee cups and even coasters were taken. More disturbingly, the police found Mr. Bo and his wife lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Both had no pulse and had been dead for some time. After an examination, the forensic team confirmed that the couple had died about 3 days earlier. The cause of death was gunshot wounds, with both victims shot in the head, highlighting the brutality of the perpetrators. Additionally, their hands and feet were bound, indicating they had endured torture before their deaths. The police speculated that the intruders tied them up to force them to reveal the location of valuables or bank account passwords based on the available clues. This was classified as a home invasion robbery and murder. Richard noted that the assailant likely targeted the caches. Parents kept each night. They collected cash from their 6 restaurants and brought it home before depositing it in the bank the next day. Moreover, one of their restaurants had been robbed at gunpoint just a week earlier, possibly by the same criminals. The case shocked the local community upon its revelation first. This was a high-end gated community with only 18 homes and its own security system where such a violent crime seemed unlikely. Second, Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam were well known and highly respected in the area. Having made significant contributions to the community, they were seen as influential figures who always maintained good relations with everyone. Friends and neighbors had nothing but praise for them, who could be so cruel as to murder such kind-hearted people at a press conference. Police Chief Ed Gonzalez expressed his deep outrage. He recounted the journey of Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam from immigrating to the U.S. with nothing becoming successful. He said Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam exemplified the American dream. We must punish the perpetrators severely. We, along with Mr. Ba and Jenny Lam's family, mourn this loss deeply. We also thank everyone who has supported our community. We are committed to bringing these criminals to justice and restoring peace to our community. Following the press conference, the police launched a comprehensive investigation. Although there were no witnesses to the crime, the security camera at the gate was fortunate. Lie working well, the police retrieved footage from the surveillance camera which showed a black Lincoln car arriving at the community gate at 8:20 p.m. On January 11th, after circling once the car stopped near the gate, 2 men then exited the vehicle. One wore a gray shirt, 2-ton pants, and a hat pulled down to his eyes. His walk appeared strange, possibly due to a limp. The other man wore dark clothing and did not disguise himself. The surveillance footage clearly showed that the man with the hat was a tall black man. The two men squeezed through a gap under the iron gate to enter the community and headed straight to Mr. Bao and Jenny Lamb's house. It was evident they had scouted the location beforehand. This was a planned crime. A third man then appeared, bringing the total number of perpetrators to 3:20 minutes later after having dinner with their family. Mr. Bao and his wife drove home. It was supposed to be a routine return home like any other day. They had no idea that 3 ruthless robbers were hiding near their garage, although the camera didn't capture what happened next based on the available clues. The police speculated that the sequence of events might have been as follows. After Mr. Bao and Jenny Lamb got out of their car, the 3 men quickly overpowered them and dragged them into the house. Although their initial goal was money, their cruel nature meant they had no intention of sparing the couple. The robbers tied up the victims and tortured them to reveal the location of valuables and bank account passwords. After getting the information they wanted, they decided to shoot the 3 robbers, then ransack the house, taking everything of value. Even the Porsche wasn't spared. Surveillance footage showed the Porsche leaving at 2:30 a.m. The next morning, over the next 2 days, the criminals returned to Mr. Bao and Jenny Lamb's house 6 times, with the stolen car, taking everything usable and nearly cleaning out the house. They even took the coffee cups and coasters. Their bold and reckless actions demonstrated a complete disregard for being caught, showing their utter contempt for the law. Richard, the victim's son, said, "However, 2 men broke into their homes last week. They killed them in cold blood. My father and mother would have given them anything. They knew how precious life was. They knew how precious time was, and they didn't even give them the chance to give them what they wanted." On January 14, 2018, the police found Mr. Bo Porsche in a remote parking lot. It was clear that the perpetrators had abandoned the car there, although finding the car in the original crime scene allowed for a thorough examination to uncover traces like fingerprints or hair. This process was slow, even if such evidence was found. DNA and fingerprint comparisons would still be needed, by which time the criminals might have fled compared to the car in the house. The strongest evidence in the police's possession was the surveillance video. Unfortunately, the video was blurry, making it difficult to immediately identify the perpetrators. To solve the case quickly, the police decided to release part of the surveillance video to the public and offered a $5,000 reward, hoping the public would provide leads. This tactic proved effective. A viewer who watched the surveillance video quickly identified the 3 men as Carrie Kendrick, 23, his half-brother Ula Kendrick, 21, and Eric Peralta, 20. The reason these 3 were recognized so quickly was because Carrie was well known. Locally, he had been an outstanding high school basketball player, standing at 7 feet 3 inches tall. The tall man in the surveillance video was clearly him. However, what made Carrie infamous was not his height, but his criminal record. Carrie was a known thief who had been sentenced to 30 years in prison for at least 20 home burglaries. However, he was released on parole after serving only 3 years. His leg injury, which caused him to limp, was the result of a fight in prison requiring a 10-day hospital stay. Just 2 months after his release, he resumed his criminal activities. Once the suspects' identities were confirmed, the next steps became easier. The police began planning their arrest during this time. They also received numerous tips from the public. One tip reported seeing the suspects driving the silver Porsche to the apartment complex at 130 to 35 Winfern Road, where they unloaded various items from the car. The police quickly located the building and discovered that one of the apartments belonged to suspect Wool with a search warrant. They found many valuable items inside the apartment on January 17th. The police finally arrested all 3 suspects. When arrested, Eric displayed a defiant attitude facing reporters. Questions, he responded, "If you're here to arrest me, just do it." When Carrie was arrested, the police found a significant amount of jewelry in his car, which was later confirmed to have been stolen from Mr. B.A. and Jenny Lamb's home. In response to reporters' questions, he said, "I am very sorry for what happened," implicitly admitting his guilt. However, Carr's mother, Marcia, insisted that after being beaten in prison, Carr's limbs still didn't function properly. making it impossible for him to have planned and carried out the crime or pulled the trigger himself. She believed he must have been coerced or forced. Her youngest son, Ula, had always been well-behaved with no criminal record, a stable job, and a loving girlfriend. She was certain he couldn't have initiated the crime. Either in her view, her sons were not the masterminds, but this was just one side of the story, and the police were not easily convinced. They charged all three suspects with 2 counts of first-degree murder, home invasion robbery, and other related offenses. All 3 pleaded not guilty. They were held in jail awaiting trial with bail set at $350,000 each to prevent them from escaping. Justice Eric's family managed to raise enough money to post his bail, and he was released from jail. This caused a public outcry as many felt uneasy about having such a dangerous individual back in society. Richard openly expressed his dissatisfaction and anger, arguing that it was unacceptable to allow a murderer back into the community. However, the court did not alter the bail conditions. Despite the public's opposition, unexpectedly, Eric squandered his opportunity. He attempted to contact a witness, which led to his rearrest and subsequent return to jail, this time without the possibility of bail. On January 28, 2018, a memorial service for Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam was held at the Houston Funeral Home. Richard, his sister Michelle, many friends, relatives, and devoted members of the Chinese community attended to bid farewell the abbot of Jade Buddha. Temple Houston also attended to chant prayers due to the overwhelming number of attendees exceeding several hundred people. Many had to stand in the hallway and watch the service via video at the memorial. Family and friends reminisced about the step-by-step business journey of Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam, sharing warm and touching moments from the past. No one present remained unmoved by the tragic loss. Their unjust deaths were truly heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the trial of the 3 suspects was repeatedly delayed. The reason for the delays is unclear, but the timing suggests it might be related to the COVID-19 pandemic during the prolonged wait. Carey confessed to the crime, although he did not reveal all the details. He confirmed that the other 2 were also involved. Additionally, the police discovered another case of robbery and kidnapping just 10 miles away from Mr. Bo and Jenny Lam's home in Tambol. Another family was robbed of over 20 Louis Vuitton bags and other items. This incident occurred 2 days before the murder of Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam, leading the police to suspect the same 3 individuals were responsible in May 2022, for years after the Crime Cars trial finally began. Given the clear evidence, a conviction was certain, leaving only the sentencing to be determined. Ultimately, considering the perpetrator's callousness and brutality towards the victim, Carey was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Next, Eric was also convicted of murder and received a life sentence. As for Ul Kar's younger brother, court records indicate that his trial began in October. However, strangely, the verdict has yet to be announced given the circumstances of the case. It is likely that he too will receive a life sentence after the verdict. Richard said they need to spend the rest of their lives in prison to reflect on what they've done. I don't think they should ever return to society. The prosecutor in the case also stated Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam were exemplary figures of hard work rising from nothing to live a prosperous life, serving as a model for many residents of Houston. What they endured was a horrific tragedy for such reckless and blatant disregard for human life. Life imprisonment without parole is just. Although the case has been adjudicated, details about the crime's execution remain undisclosed. Who planned it, who pulled the trigger, and how they targeted Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam were not revealed in detail. On November 16, 2021, marking the 4-year anniversary of Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam's murder, a memorial service was held at the square outside Houston City Hall. The abbot of Jade Buddha Temple Houston, along with many Buddhists, once again gathered to chant prayers. Hundreds of people wearing special commemorative white t-shirts held candles and prayed for Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam during the memorial service. The children of Mr. Bay and Jenny Lam each gave speeches expressing their gratitude for the ongoing support and assistance from everyone. Then a close friend of the couple for 35 years said Mr. Bao could walk into a room full of strangers, and by the time he walked out, everyone in that room was his friend. That's just how wonderful Mr. B.A. was in the years following the case. News of Mr. Biao and Jenny Lam's murder had a profound impact on the Chinese community in the United States. Houston police later analyzed that the primary reason they became targets was because they were of Asian descent for many years, from Los Angeles and Houston to New York and even across the Atlantic in London and Paris. Young African Americans have often targeted the Asian community. Somehow the Chinese community has come to be seen as wealthy in the eyes of some African American criminals. As a result, similar home invasions and robberies have occurred frequently, with many incidents involving the murder of elderly individuals. The execution-style killing like that of Mr. B.A. and Jenny Lam were not isolated cases. Houston, with its relatively large African American population, has been particularly dangerous. A series of crimes targeting Asians has not only instilled fear in the Asian community, but also attracted widespread social attention. Members of the Asian community have called for increased community security and additional protective measures from the police. The case raises two significant points for reflection. First, there is the issue of K's prior history. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison for 20 home burglaries, yet he was inexplicably paroled after just 3 years. This is baffling. Attorney Andy expressed extreme anger about this, questioning the parole board on why they released a murderer back into society so quickly and accusing them of misconduct. However, the parole board explained that Key had completed treatment programs and other activities in prison with good behavior, given that it was his first incarceration, his young age, and the fact that he was injured by other inmates. They granted his parole request. The second point concerns the management of the residential community. Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam lived in an upscale neighborhood with only 18 homes, each worth millions of dollars at the time. One would expect such a community to have excellent security measures, but this was not the case. The entrance to the neighborhood was a large iron gate with gaps wide enough for people to slip through. Doug Shannon, the property manager, stated that the gate was intended to restrict vehicle access, not prevent intruders. If someone was determined to commit a crime, they couldn't be stopped. Furthermore, there had been previous thefts in the area indicating significant security shortcomings. Had the residential community's security measures been properly implemented, and had the court not handled Carr's case so leniently by releasing him early, perhaps these tragedies could have been avoided. The State Council Office of China has shown great concern over this incident and issued a series of safety guidelines for Chinese citizens living abroad. They emphasize the importance of precautionary measures, most notably the avoidance of flaunting wealth at the time of the incident. Doug Shannon's home was valued at nearly $1 million. However, due to the murder, the property's value plummeted. Richard did not want to be reminded of the sorrowful events and decided to sell the house. Ultimately, the house was sold for around $500,000. Richard has since retired from the military and begun managing the assets his parents left behind. Despite inheriting a significant fortune, he is deeply saddened whenever he thinks about what his parents endured for him. No amount of money can compensate for the loss of his beloved parents. He reflects that the companionship of his parents was the most precious asset in his life, something he can never regain. Let us take a moment to remember Mr. Ba and Jenny Lam, not just for the tragedy they suffered, but for their admirable lives and contributions to the community. Released on parole after serving only 3 years, his leg injury, which caused him to limp, was the result of a fight in prison requiring a 10-day hospital stay. Just 2 months after his release, he resumed his criminal activities. Once the suspects' identities were confirmed, the next steps became easier. The police began planning their arrest during this time. They also received numerous tips from the public. One tip reported seeing the suspects driving the silver Porsche to the apartment complex at 130 to 35 Windfern Road, where they unloaded various items from the car. The police quickly located the building and discovered that one of the apartments belonged to suspect Wool with a search warrant. They found many valuable items inside the apartment on January 17th. The police finally arrested all 3 suspects. When arrested, Eric displayed a defiant attitude facing reporters. Questions, he responded, "If you're here to arrest me, just do it." When Carrie was arrested, the police found a significant amount of jewelry in his car, which was later confirmed to have been stolen from Mr. B.A. and Jenny Lam's home. In response to reporters' questions, he said, I am very sorry for what happened, implicitly admitting his guilt. However, Carr's mother, Marcia, insisted that after being beaten in prison, Carr's limbs still didn't function properly, making it impossible for him to have planned and carried out the crime or pulled the trigger himself. She believed he must have been coerced or forced. Her youngest son, Ula, had always been well-behaved with no criminal record, a stable job, and a loving girlfriend. She was certain he couldn't have initiated the crime. Either in her view, her sons were not the masterminds, but this was just one side of the story, and the police were not easily convinced. They charged all three suspects with 2 counts of first-degree murder, home invasion robbery, and other related offenses. All 3 pleaded not guilty. They were held in jail awaiting trial with bail set at $350,000 each to prevent them from escaping. Justice Eric's family managed to raise enough money to post his bail, and he was released from jail. This caused a public outcry as many felt uneasy about having such a dangerous individual back in society. Richard openly expressed his dissatisfaction and anger, arguing that it was unacceptable to allow a murderer back into the community. However, the court did not alter the bail conditions. Despite the public's opposition, unexpectedly, Eric squandered his opportunity. He attempted to contact a witness, which led to his rearrest and subsequent return to jail, this time without the possibility of bail. On January 28, 2018, a memorial service for Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam was held at the Houston Funeral Home. Richard, his sister Michelle, many friends, relatives, and devoted members of the Chinese community attended to bid farewell the abbot of Jade Buddha. Temple Houston also attended to chant prayers due to the overwhelming number of attendees exceeding several hundred people. Many had to stand in the hallway and watch the service via video at the memorial. Family and friends reminisced about the step-by-step business journey of Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam, sharing warm and touching moments from the past. No one present remained unmoved by the tragic loss. Their unjust deaths were truly heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the trial of the 3 suspects was repeatedly delayed. The reason for the delays is unclear, but the timing suggests it might be related to the COVID-19 pandemic during the prolonged wait. Carey confessed to the crime, although he did not reveal all the details. He confirmed that the other 2 were also involved. Additionally, the police discovered another case of robbery and kidnapping just 10 miles away from Mr. Bo and Jenny Lam's home in Tambol. Another family was robbed of over 20 Louis Vuitton bags and other items. This incident occurred 2 days before the murder of Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam, leading the police to suspect the same 3 individuals were responsible in May 2022, for years after the Crime Cars trial finally began. Given the clear evidence, a conviction was certain, leaving only the sentencing to be determined, ultimately considering the perpetrator's callousness and brutality towards the victim. Carey was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Next, Eric was also convicted of murder and received a life sentence. As for Ul Kar's younger brother, court records indicate that his trial began in October. However, strangely, the verdict has yet to be announced given the circumstances of the case. It is likely that he too will receive a life sentence after the verdict. Richard said they need to spend the rest of their lives in prison to reflect on what they've done. I don't think they should ever return to society. The prosecutor in the case also stated Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam were exemplary figures of hard work rising from nothing. To live a prosperous life, serving as a model for many residents of Houston. What they endured was a horrific tragedy for such reckless and blatant disregard for human life. Life imprisonment without parole is just. Although the case has been adjudicated, details about the crime's execution remain undisclosed. Who planned it, who pulled the trigger, and how they targeted Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam were not revealed in detail. On November 16, 2021, marking the 4-year anniversary of Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam's murder, a memorial service was held at the square outside Houston City Hall. The abbot of Jade Buddha Temple Houston, along with many Buddhists, once again gathered to chant prayers. Hundreds of people wearing special commemorative white T-shirts held candles and prayed for Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam during the memorial service. The children of Mr. Bay and Jenny Lam each gave speeches expressing their gratitude for the ongoing support and assistance from everyone, Then a close friend of the couple for 35 years said Mr. Biao could walk into a room full of strangers, and by the time he walked out, everyone in that room was his friend. That's just how wonderful Mr. Biao was in the years following the case. News of Mr. Biao and Jenny Lam's murder had a profound impact on the Chinese community in the United States Houston police. Later analyzed that the primary reason they became targets was because they were of Asian descent for many years, from Los Angeles and Houston to New York and even across the Atlantic in London and Paris. Young African Americans have often targeted the Asian community. Somehow the Chinese community has come to be seen as wealthy in the eyes of some African American criminals. As a result, similar home invasions and robberies have occurred frequently, with many incidents involving the murder of elderly individuals. The execution-style killing like that of Mr. B.A. and Jenny Lam were not isolated cases. Houston, with its relatively large African-American population, has been particularly dangerous. A series of crimes targeting Asians has not only instilled fear in the Asian community, but also attracted widespread social attention. Members of the Asian community have called for increased community security and additional protective measures from the police. The case raises two significant points for reflection. First, there is the issue of K's prior history. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison for 20 home burglaries, yet he was inexplicably paroled after just 3 years. This is baffling. Attorney Andy expressed extreme anger about this, questioning the parole board on why they released a murderer back into society so quickly and accusing them of misconduct. However, the parole board explained that Key had completed treatment programs and other activities in prison with good behavior, given that it was his first incarceration, his young age, and the fact that he was injured by other inmates. They granted his parole request. The second point concerns the management of the residential community. Mr. Bao and Jenny Lam lived in an upscale neighborhood with only 18 homes, each worth millions of dollars at the time. One would expect such a community to have excellent security measures, but this was not the case. The entrance to the neighborhood was a large iron gate with gaps wide enough for people to slip through. Doug Shannon, the property manager, stated that the gate was intended to restrict vehicle access, not prevent intruders. If someone was determined to commit a crime, they couldn't be stopped. Furthermore, there had been previous thefts in the area indicating significant security. Shortcomings had the residential community's security measures been properly implemented, and had the court not handled Carr's case so leniently by releasing him early, perhaps these tragedies could have been avoided. The State Council Office of China has shown great concern over this incident and issued a series of safety guidelines for Chinese citizens living abroad. They emphasize the importance of precautionary measures, most notably the avoidance of flaunting wealth at the time of the incident. Doug Shannon's home was valued at nearly $1 million. However, due to the murder, the property's value plummeted. Richard did not want to be reminded of the sorrowful events and decided to sell the house. Ultimately, the house was sold for around $500,000. Richard has since retired from the military and begun managing the assets his parents left behind. Despite inheriting a significant fortune, he is deeply saddened whenever he thinks about what his parents endured for him. No amount of money can compensate for the loss of his beloved parents. He reflects that the companionship of his parents was the most precious asset in his life, something he can never regain. Let us take a moment to remember Mr. Ba and Jenny Lam, not just for the tragedy they suffered, but for their admirable lives and contributions to the community.